Alright. Wait, that's the wrong soundtrack. My bad. My bad. Hang on. There we go. Back into it. Whoops. That's the wrong button. Okay. I need to check something. Just logged in. So we've got, yep, all the way up to that. And then that's, okay. That's the raids. That's the, that's the class stuff. School. There's the other stuff. There's the other stuff. I haven't done any of the crafting quests on purpose. Darn. Okay. That's okay. I kind of knew how this was going. But yes, today we're going to be switching classes again. We've had our fun with Monk, with the bop. Gotta have the bop. It is very fun playing Monk. Let's see. Yeah, I'll explain it in a bit, Rax. Don't worry. I've got a backup plan. I've always had a backup plan. But it occurred to me this morning that there might be a built-in way to do it. Excuse me. I'm still a little snooky today. Apologies. I swear I'll get better at some point. Hang on, hang on. We gotta be all Imperial here. Very important. Let's see. So we've done Dragoon. We've done Paladin. We're actually going to be Paladin again today. That's it, Rex? Damn, nice. Congrats. We could play Samurai, which is incredibly awesome. Or we could play Ninja, but actually, given... I hate to repeat myself, but given that I already plan to play Paladin for the upcoming thing that we're doing pretty soon now, let's just go ahead and Paladin it up for the time being. So, let's reconnect with the past. I look forward to seeing it, by the way. Okay, so. We need to go lay a trap. That's the step we're on right now. We're currently going to lay a trap in order to procure a Magitech armor. We have the uniform, we have the salute, we have the modus operandi. What we lack is a Magitech suit of armor. Now, these are the Reapers, the ugly-ass, disgusting balls of garbage, which everybody else loves. I'm sorry, I know it's just me. I know it's just me, but God, these things are so ugly. Look at them. It just... What am I even looking at? It's just... And then there's like the maw thing, or it shoots, and then there's like these weird... not my thing. But then again, I don't like a mono-style art in general, so I am the wrong person to talk about here. I will say one thing that's cool about... Well, actually, two things. One, they actually put a decent amount of effort into making the cockpit look cool. I know that's not much, but I still appreciate what the effort they put into that. And number two is, of course, the song that plays while doing it, which I would play for you, but I'd have to change my settings, and frankly, I don't actually remember where that is, because I've had that off for literally years. Now, if you give me one moment, I actually didn't have this document. The QA bot's up, but I didn't have my document for taking donations up. You can tell where my priorities are. Thank you, Mega Skullmon Spockmon, very much for the sub. If you know where you want that to go, do please let me know. Thank you. Alright, let me write on Mega Skullmon Spockmon. There we go. Hi. Salute. Yakuza Kiwami 2, you got it. One of our covert operatives, are you? Carry on, soldier. Yep, I am definitely a covert operative. Insurgents gathering to the east. Judging by your description, they're well beyond the perimeter, but I will not have had it said I was remiss. You, return to the scene and keep an eye on those insurgents. Should aught go awry, use your smoke signal to call us. Yes, sir. Alright, here, fine. Let's see, that would be system... Sound... I'm probably staring right at it. It is right there. So... This is the default mounted music. I actively dislike this song. It's hard to explain why, other than it sounds really generic. It's not actually a bad song. Maybe I'm just sick of hearing it. I don't know. It also You notice what it does when you stop moving? I agree with that, Rax. But anyways, to show it off, doing my due diligence here. What's this stupid thing? There it is. The reason everyone actually likes this armor is because of this. I actually don't think I personally have any other mounts that have a unique song. I could be wrong. Here, hang on. Rax, help me out. Do any of these have a unique song? Because I don't think they do. Thank you, Fife. Always appreciate. I'll jot those down for Futurama. But I will not jot anything down for Jordan. I refuse on principle. Until he gets rid of those 3 letters. Apparently Fat Chocobo does. Give me a second here. Excuse me. And thank you, Jordan, very much for the sub. If you know where you want that one to go, please let me know. Although that's a good point. I guess Chocobo would have a unique one. And that's enough of that. I love how the cake just appears out of nowhere, by the way. Watch this. So I've got the Gisol green out there, right? And the moment I take off, the other it just appears. Just look at that. I have cake. Hey, what was the other one? The Lunar Whale has a new one? I guess it would. Hi, Rex. Oh, that's the new comic. Hang on. Stay there, stay there. So, okay, real talk. This song's awesome. Most of the FF14 remixes of FF songs are awesome, so that's not surprising. God, it looks so terrible. It doesn't look that bad from the back. So, oh, nice. Very Kane. Even nicer. I'm guessing that's the ARR relic. I think that's right, because the glow would be different for Heavensward. I'm not sure about the other ones. It might not be. I don't know. I give up. What is it? Yeah, no, that's gotta be. I was gonna say, I don't think it's the final step because you don't have the black glow things that I do, and the color's different. But thought I recognized it. You should finish the whole relic chain, Rex. It's insanity that I actually gave it 2 negatives just for how terrible it is. I actually thought about stopping early, but the problem is the final step for Excalibur is easily the best step for the Paladin, in my opinion. Like, it's like, God damn it, I have to go all the way to the last step to look like this. Ugh. Anyways. Moving on. Sorry. So, right, let's turn that crap right back off. Someone asked, have I played any of the Pixel remasters yet? And the answer is, of course, no. Those runs, like any runs, would have to be funded, and I don't really have time to play games off camera. I have, however, done a discussion of 4s, 5s, and 6s soundtrack. And 3s? Yeah, and 3s. I think. Pretty sure. Hope you don't mind my joining, seeing as we're seizing advanced weaponry, thought it best to be on hand. I don't remember doing 1 or 2. That's why I hesitated there. Thank you, Rex, for watching my show. I will shot that down. Shoot that down. Jot that down. From other 3. Well, there's no such thing as a Saturday lore week. But I believe it'll be the 27th is actually when we'll do 6s. Don't you reckon? Okay, whatever. Alright. What? I have that spell at this level? Jesus, okay. I have 3 AoEs at this level. Holy crap. Oh, I'm 50. That's why. The Magitek armor's now overclocked. Are you sure? Sorry, I did actually get it, but thank you for checking me, Jordan. I did put it for Dragon Quest V. Despite those 3 letters. At last, our own suit of Magitek armor. Not wishing to look a gift chocobo on the beak, but it does seem rather worse for wear, doesn't it? Look, it was trying to kill me. It's not like I could aim for the pilot who is completely exposed. Or anything. Well, there's the fact that she's smoking, of course, but looking past that, I'd say she's structurally sound. I don't like the way these legs are buckled. I hate to say it, but the servo mechanism may be damaged. But aren't the things protected by ilm-thick armor plate? Yeah, it's odd. The casing doesn't seem to have taken a blow. I suspect we're dealing with a faulty part. Well, whatever it is. We're not resting till it's fixed. Not one wink of sleep. Remember, don't do that. Crunch culture is bad. The hall has been set aside for our use in the Revenant's Toll. Let's go. You know, actually, a Lalafell would be more protected in those things than most other races. Think about it. It's true, too. Oh, hey, it's foggy! Oh, I can show off how terrible the fog effects really are. Okay, you remember yesterday? The Crystal Tower? We actually showed it off. Well, behold the Crystal Tower in all its glory. When I first saw this, no joke, I actually thought it was a bug. I was ground-bound because, didn't have flying back then. But I was just like, what is that? Oh my god! What is wrong with my game? What is... Ah! Yeah, the fog effects are, Anyways. Hang on, there's a dragon to kill. Shunk! There we go, got it. Magitek armor. Go on into Sid's workshop. Okay. Something dramatic happen. Mission planning music. Alright. Preliminary diagnosis was correct. She's structurally sound, but her servo mechanism is faulty. Not to worry. We can fix this. We have the technology. By the way, here's another little quest name. Every little thing she does is Magitech. As you may recall, the Machina's servo mechanism was discovered to be faulty, blah, 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 blah. This one was long overdue for replacement and repair. We do not have access to a replacement in Mordona, but Wedge has an idea. A terrible, terrible idea. Even if the Dunderhead maintenance engineers of Castrum Century had remembered to replace the cores, we would have to risk reviving suspicion. But fear not. We will substitute the Magitech core with a Mammoth Heart. If you don't know, a Mammoth Heart can be used to grant sentience to an automaton. This is a terrible idea. By my reckoning, such a device would be more than capable of regulating a servo mechanism. So all you have to do is go to the Goldsmith's build, and someone has to pay for it. Did I mention how much they cost? Well, they typically cost the order of... Hope you don't mind putting the belts for guys. Bye. Need to have a talk with Tataru about this one. It's okay, I'm gonna buy a really nice sword after this. Pretty close to that, although if you're paying attention, Mega Skull... Oh my, hang on. Mega Skullmon Spockmon. Sorry, I was getting the order wrong there. Don't forget that there's still 30 pluses to gameplay, even though there's 29 negatives to gameplay. This is a bipolar as hell game, and I'm not even done. So yes, I'm here for a Mammoth Heart. On behalf of the Garland Ironworks, yep. Payment? That won't be necessary. It's for Master Alphino's personal use. He notified us a short while ago his manservant would be coming to collect it. Tender in years though he may be, Master Alphino has been a benefactor of ours since my predecessor's time. The Goldsmiths Guild wouldn't dream of charging him. Here's the Mammoth's Heart. And please, bestow my compliments to your master. Now, I'd make fun of this, but actually I do like the fact that the game acknowledges that things cost things, and being a hero doesn't pay the bills, or doesn't necessarily pay the bills. In fact, the game will bring up finances multiple times, which I admittedly enjoy, because it's me. Alright, here you go. One Mammoth's Heart. Oh, I should mention, mammoths are basically clockwork golems. Sorry. Super quick explanation. Constructs. Pretty basic things, all things considered. Way less advanced than the stuff Garlemald has. I will actually mention that. I believe Stormblood is when they really bring that up, because we have Yuans, I forget how they pronounce it. Yeah, Jordan is correct. Being a normal adventurer is being a merc. And being a successful merc is more profitable than what we're doing, because we are trying to be a hero. And I'm not trying to be dismissive, I'm just saying, nobody's paying us to do the things we're doing. We're going to rescue our friends from Imperial captivity. No one's really paying for that. They're not worthwhile enough for the city-states to put out a ransom, or therefore, not a bounty. Percussive maintenance. They do, you're right. In the Heroes, or Legends, or whatever series. She's alive! Okay, well, time to seduce some Magitech armor. God, I hate that animation so much. Alright, whatever. Moving on. Listen, this is a lovely piece of Magitech armor, okay? Oops, wrong way. No anomalous movements. Jump back down and sprint north. Okay. Can't exactly sprint, but sure. Avoid the Nixes. They're actually pretty irritating to fight. They do a yank, and then an AoE, and a stun, and an AoE. In various combinations. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry, this is a good example. Sorry. Remember how I've shown off how my mount speed is faster? This is normal mount speed, which if you're paying attention is close to half how fast I've been moving around. On the ground, never mind flying. So this is an example of how long it took to get around, even when you had your chocobo. This is what I've been banging on about for like the last 3 days. So, for some reason, the Magitech armor just isn't as responsive as it should be. And I'm at a loss to explain why. The Mammoth Heart is in pristine condition and should be installed correctly. Maybe the inner workings are simply too different to operate harmoniously? Whereas Magitech cores only conduct impulses, Mammoth Hearts enable automata to process information through their sensors as feelings! Maybe she doesn't feel part of the team! We should make her feel welcome. Hey there, Magitech. How is everything? And that worked, by the way. I'm just joking. It's a common joke that we seduce the Magitech armor, but I always just like to think that we just make it feel, you know, wanted. Let's walk up. Hey, girl. It's okay. Scritch, 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 scritch. No doubt you're wondering why the servo mechanism is so important to warrant this silliness. Without it, the pilot would be required to control the armor's every movement manually. Now, if you don't understand what that means, please picture for a moment Battletech, okay? I actually thought about this earlier. In Battletech, obviously it's a video game, but even in lore, in Battletech, when you hit forward, the mech moves forward. But if you actually think about it, what's happening there in lore is that you hitting forward tells the mech to engage a series of movements in order to figure out how to move forward, because they're walkers, right? The servo mechanism in this case is what changes from having to manually control each leg to do this, and do this as you're driving, to just being able to hold forward, and it will deal with the sub-processes by itself. A, I like that little attention to detail, and B, I also kind of like the fact that it has that kind of manual control. Like the fact that you can manually do that if you have to. It's actually good design if you think about it. I'm not sure if Battletech mechs have that. Anyways, using a Mammoth core seemed to promise a good solution. Alas, the device does not appear compatible with Garlean technology. Wedge, are there no other ways to demonstrate our appreciation for our friend here? Wit's end. She doesn't seem convinced. We could try a dance. Maybe we could cheer. Imperials, they've come for the armor. Uh-oh. They have us cornered. I will defend you against these level 3 nobodies. Taken by the traitor Garlandon. Is that the Icon Slayer? Oh, bollocks! Call for reinforcements. So, Sid activates his jamming device. Located the Stolen Reaper. Requesting immediate resistance. Respond! Respond! It's no use. There's interference. Curse you, Garland. This is, by the way, if you're paying attention, the first time someone's been like, oh god, it's the player character. That's going to become a recurring trend. But you have to admit, we've kind of earned it at this point. This is post-Garuda, for God's sakes. So, yeah. As Jordan and I have been making fun of this entire time, oh crap, it's the Warrior of Light is a very valid reaction. No. Bad. You do not want to come here. Fine, I'll turn on tank stance. I think they're just straight fixating. Whatever. And die. Garland mentions... Sid mentioned several times that this kind of thing is something the Garleans have dealt with before. We use a workaround to jury-rig it, that giant crystal formation, but ECCM is actually a thing in this setting. Or, sorry, ECM, sorry. What? Please don't shoot me, Reaper. I don't want to kill you again. Now she deigns to grace us with her presence. Took us a good while, but we're ready. Time to infiltrate the Castrum Sentry. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? I may think you're an ugly pile of garbage, but you're my ugly pile of garbage. Come here. Hug! No? Okay. I'm tall enough, I might actually be able to hug that thing. By the way, remember that decal for later. And just in case you missed it. Whoop. There to see. Alright. The servo mechanism is now fully functional, and all it took was a simple fight to the death. Remind me not to install a mammoth heart aboard the Enterprise, would you? Much as I love her, I'd rather not be required to profess it before boarding. But enough of that. Alright, yep, time to invade Narsh. We got this. I'm sorry, I got a nod too. How go preparations? Gallimond! I thought I'd give you a roaring send-off. This is the guy who's been helping us with the armor. Least I could do for the fine men and women who are about to make my lifelong wish come true. We'll do our best. It occurs to me, for all the help you've afforded us, we know little and less about you. What did the Emperor do to earn your ire? I fear I put curiosity before consideration. I quite understand if you'd rather not live those memories. No, I don't mind, really, truth be told. Part of me was itching to tell the tale. Mind you, 'tis hardly novel. I ain't the first to suffer at Imperial hands. Like most folk, I used to have a mother. Ooh, that's actually all you need to say right there. Like most folk, I used to have a mother. End sentence. She was a sweet, caring woman with a smile never far from her face. There was a sister, too. Pretty little thing, she was. Gentle as a lamb, but tough in nails. We're poor folk, living simple lives, but we knew happiness none the same. Then the Imperials came and took it away. When Alamigo fell, they put my family in a camp. Being a lad, I was made to do hard labor while my mother and sister were forced to do worse. They hid their suffering from me as best as they could. By the way, let's just call this what this is. They were turned into comfort women. If you don't know what that is, do not look it up. So, we hatched a plan to get out of the city. We were picking our way around the gorge not far outside the walls when they caught up with us. And rather than allow themselves to be taken again, my mother and sister leaped over the edge of the cliff before my very eyes. Daily YouTube, suicide. Heartbroken as I was, I didn't put up a fight when the Imperials clapped me in chains and dragged me back. 'Twas some years after that I escaped again, and that time I got away. I swore then I'd get my revenge on the Empire and become an adventurer so as to hone my skills and earn the coin I needed, but nigh unto 2 decades have gone by. And what have I achieved? Bugger all, that's what. Not like you lot. You've been here 10 minutes, and you've done more than I did in 10 years. Well, that's kind of our thing. You give us too much credit. We only want to rescue our friends. Well, that's more important than that. Any road, after you got your friends back, you plan on going after the Empire. Don't pretend you ain't. I have helped a few folk take on the Imperials over the years, and every time I have, it's helped stave off my appetite for revenge. But something tells me I won't go hungry for a while with everything you've got planned. Are you sure that'll satisfy you? If you wish to strike at the Empire with your own hand, you only need to say the word. We'd be glad to have you with us. Tempting though your offer is, I fear I must decline. I swore I'd get revenge, it's true, but I've long since realized that the front lines are no place for a man like me. Some would call me craven, but I prefer to think of myself as a realist. My talent lies in scheming, not swordplay. Helping you folks is how I can help. And you know what? That is, I believe, actually the first time the Star Destroyer concept is acknowledged in-game. Quick side note. I kind of started jokingly calling this a Star Destroyer during the Shadowbringers run, specifically the first one. But over time and over analysis, I started to realize the game itself started positing that theory multiple times. And I started to realize how much I really liked that idea. I call it the Star Destroyer, but what it really means is we're the Heavy. We're the Hulk. But even the Hulk can't do everything, can't be everywhere, needs information, needs a place to stay, needs food, needs support, needs contacts. So many other people help support us throughout the course of these expansions and these games, and it's kind of awesome. But so this is the first time this really pops up. Right here. I mean, think about it, Takota! And I agree, Radim Torov. More concepts, more games need to acknowledge reality like this. Because this is a perfectly logical, acceptable thing. I mean, imagine, for just a moment, a Star Wars game where you play a Jedi mercenary. And you're a Jedi, so you're... But without contacts and information and supplies and fuel and food and a ship, what are you? Think about it. Yeah, especially the Jedi Temple had connections. God, they were extraordinarily wealthy in terms of information, resources, supplies, contacts, and just straight up money. Okay. That's fair. You're right. I shouldn't use the word realism. I should use the word I myself have used many times before. Believability. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and put on our disguise. Nope, not that one. This one. No, put it on. And that one. And... Is that it? Nope, yep, that's it. We're good to go. Let's see, how Imperial do we look here? Oh yeah, no one will... Actually, we are surprisingly well disguised. Note to evil empires. Don't make your uniforms look like stormtroopers. It's too easy to disguise yourself. Forgive me for saying so, you cut quite a dashing figure in Imperial black and crimson. Sexy. No, So, there's Castrum Sentry. So, Imperial Patrol just left to do its rounds. Alphino and I will create a diversion. You three will enter posing as patrol returning for duty. Should Alphino and I prove less distracting than hoped, I will contact you via Link Pearl. Be prepared to beat a hasty retreat. Yeah, I actually really don't like Garlean helmets. I don't mind the robe. I actually legitimately like several of the pieces of armor. Wedge will, of course, be in the Reaper. Edda and Y'shtola left shortly before we arrived. We had planned they should linger in vicinity to cover a retreat, but the approach of an Imperial vehicle forced us to improvise. They left you a message, something along the lines of, don't do anything reckless. Hang on, let me pull up my Excalibur here really quick. It's no Frostmourne, but, you know. Yeah, Sid is actually quite short. Remember, Gaius, who was almost a head taller than him, is also a pure-blood Garlean.
You have spirit. That I will allow. Yet you struggle to the benefit of none, least of all, yourself. This echo of yours intrigues us. We desire only to understand it, and for that we need your help.
Maybe you should have opened with that then instead of smacking her. Oh, but I forgot. You're evil. We have to emphasize this. She's evil.
You wish to be rid of the icons, do you not? You would have saved yourself a great deal of torment had you accepted our aid from the beginning.
Yeah, she's also stupid evil.
Tell me everything, and I shall end it quickly. Refuse, and though you beg for death, you shall not have it.
Boy, that's a tempting offer.
Which will it be? As you wish, my dear Minfilia.
I like the literal 3 seconds there she waited for a response.
Though it will be for all concerned, you leave us no choice but to employ more rigorous methods of study. Be so kind as to deliver the prisoners to Castrum Meridianum.
Yes, milady.
Yeah, Livia has no chill. In a bad way. I best get back to my duties. The supplies aren't going to move themselves, and neither the prisoners come to that. Oh, right, sorry. Salute! Oh, apologies, I didn't notice you there, so engrossed was I in my task. You'd be engrossed too had the Tribunus commanded you to arrange for the prisoners to be transported. Which prisoners? You mean you haven't heard? Only the infamous Scions of the Seventh Dawn, captured by the Tribunus herself. If you don't believe me, look, take a look at the storage tower next time you pass that way. Wow, they actually captured them? That's pretty impressive. I would agree with that, Jordan. In fact, one of the bigger story negatives I gave Shadowbringers was for her siblings. Yes, Wedge, you're very imposing as a Garlean. It's a fine salute. Part of the maintenance crew from Austin's, are you? Welcome to Castrum Sentry, engineer. What? Prisoners? Oh, you've heard the rumors, then. Pay them no mind. They're being held in the storage, but I strongly suggest you pay them no mind. You were summoned here to work, not to gawp at Eorzea's defeated heroes. Show a bit of enthusiasm or I'll have you reported. Yeah, sure thing. Hang on, let me just kind of shove this in. There we go. Okay, we're good. God, I could kill all of these people. What? I could. What are you doing? Greetings, comrade. Forgive me for asking, but haven't you visited the storage tower recently, have you? I only asked because I've dropped something, and... Oh, who am I fooling? I've fallen for one of the prisoners. I dare say you know the one, huh? The svelte blonde? Oh, goodness, no. It's the Lullafellan. She's so adorable, it hurts. I want to sweep her up in my arms and squeeze her till my arms ache. What do you reckon it would take to convince the Centurion to lend me the key so I can see her? Salud. You need access to the storage tower? What business do you have there? At the Tribunus's behest. This is highly irregular, but it would not do to make the lady wroth. Here you go. Pro tip. When you have someone in your organization who is so evil that they're known for hurting, demoting, and killing their own people, that's a security flaw. No, think about it. Because anybody can just invoke their name and invoke the terror that other people do not want to bother dealing with it. Like we just did. So, got you a key. Wedge. I love you, Wedge. I know, Robo's tall. Like, I really do strongly believe Gaius and his whole retinue were completely retconned after this. Please keep in mind all of this stuff was written during 1.0, which Gaius was in, as a reminder. We talked a few days ago about Thrawn, and how he was fleshed out to be, you know, not evil. I really feel like we have a similar situation with Gaius. It's like, yeah, no, he was a good person. No, he wasn't! And yeah, back in 1.0, Gaius was, I am the face of the evil Imperials. Die in a fire. No. Minfilia and the rest, thank goodness they're safe. I am the one you want. Leave the others be. If you harm my friends, I swear I shall take my own life, and you shall answer to your mistress. Aww. Thank you, Totaro, for having a brain. You caught that, right? We risk letting the entire castrum know we're here. I mean, we could fight our way out, but let's try to talk our way through first. It's Third Squadron. What is it? A Reaper? Seized when? And this only came to light now? Hey, verisimilitude. Culprits have left a trail. Take as many men as you need. Scour the area. I want that Reaper found. It's right here. Hi. Notice this is the not serious combat music, because this is not a serious combat. Even back in the day, without, you know, being death like I currently am, this was not a hard fight. This was a break. I guess. Sorry we're late. We had to do this whole thing in Ishgard. It was a whole mess. And then we had to find these crystals for Garuda, and just, God, I wanted to rip them apart. But anyways, it's okay, Totaro, we got you. Also Minfilia. But really, Totaro, we're here for you. It was foolish of you to come here. You might have been killed. Lady, we've killed Garuda at this point. Thank you. I shudder what I think would have happened had you not arrived when you did. I did not see Thancred. Oh my god! Someone else noticed. We'll find him eventually. To linger here shall yield us no answers. Let us away ere the window to our liberty closes shut. Oh yeah, we also killed the dragon. 2, actually, if you want to get down to it, but let's not. Did you say escaped? Then recapture them. Fail and I'll kill you. Because I'm evil. Remember. Remember. Evil. Hi, Y'shtola. The Tribunus herself, just as you said. You have the eye of the Ahriman, Edda. Well, she's kind of hard to miss in that showy armor of hers. Cursed science. How did you slip through our defenses? I could make a horrible joke here. With unexpected ease, if truth be told, there chanced to be a commotion outside the walls, which allowed us to avail ourselves of the comforts of your vehicle. Y'shtola's just being polite. That was one of those uncomfortable things I've ever stowed away. No wonder it's called the Phantom Train. Reference. No passenger would ever be seen dead on it. Yes, Edda rode the Phantom Train. So you've scuttled in midst the freight like the vermin you are! Wow, that's impressive turnaround there, Olivia. I shall be sure to have words with our rat catcher. Such negligence is unforgivable. That is far from your most pressing concern. First, you must answer for your own wrongdoing. 'Twas you who led the raid on the Waking Sands, who butchered unarmed men and women for the crime of being unworthy of capture. You killed our friends. We'll never forgive you. Nor shall we suffer you to plague Eorzea a day longer, but take you to our guard. More intruders. Protect the Tribunus! Okay, real talk. I kind of wish what had happened here is the soldier like, hey, the Tribunus is under attack. Where? Huh? She's right. I don't see her. Oh, you're right. We should go find her and report to her. I would have loved it if they went that way with it. And yeah, just start taking bets. Where is His Excellency? In the hangar, in discussion with our guest. Alert him at once. Yes, milady. No. There they are. Fan out. Surround them. They've just got a magic armor and a slayer of gods. We've got some pikes and shields. We got this. The wedge. Oh, Lord, hold him off. Okay. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I got a copy wrong notice this morning. Not for FF14. It was for Final Fantasy, though. Come on. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Why are you alive? So... Oh, this freaking... Oh, I hate this fight. Hang on. Is it over here? I can't remember where they are. Oh god, you're right, we are Tequila. It was for my Final Fantasy VIII marathon stream. Yes, that one. From like 9 years ago. I just got a copy wrong notification for that this morning for the Eyes on Me song. You know, the one that I mute nowadays because I am more cognizant of how copy wrong works and, you know, work to avoid it. There it is. Probably, Dakota. Either that or the bot listed as extraordinarily low priority. One of the two. Which, really? Why are you still here? was actually in voice chat with Pax while we were doing this quest. Separately, of course, because screw co-op in this game. The whole time we're like, where the hell are they? Okay, there's one, like... And like, trying to describe audibly... Okay, so you see the tower thing with the four spokes? No, it's to the southeast. Okay, there's two of them. Okay, the southernmost one. Right, okay, go around that. Aha, there's one. Howdy, howdy. Oh no, slightly more people.
Kill the rest. What the?
Thank you, Ishtala.
Istala! Pray, forgive us our delay.
Probably some of the first decent storyboarding in the game.
Papolino, Minfilia, Edda!
What took you so long?
Well, it's nice to see you too.
At least half of them, Blade Travell.
The reunion must wait. Right. First things first.
Yes, let's get back to being heavily outnumbered.
Wedge? Wedge!
You ditched your Magitech armor. Fool of a Lalafell!
Well, excuse me. She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
I bet I could, but we'll see. Bessie, help! Bessie!
But there's no one in there.
This is Sid. Can you hear me? I need you to count to 5, then jump. Understood?
Or, hear me out, I could kill the 4 dudes in front of me after having just taken out 3 Magitech armors by myself, and then we could go across the bridge and leave.
One, 2,
3.
4.
I like this cutscene as much as the next person. I do. But how did we land in that? It has a giant balloon on top of it. I'm sorry. I know I get bothered by little things like that.
Not which is more pitiful. The charlatans who rule Eorzea.
It's like jumping down into a helicopter and landing into the helicopter. Jumping down into a helicopter. Anyways.
For the masses that clamor for their implausible panaceas.
Remember, I am also evil, because this is still kind of 1.0 Gaius here.
I see that which they cannot. This realm founders for want of a ruler with true power. The power to cast down icons. If you continue to deny this truth, it is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason.
What in the 7 hells?
It's here.
12 preserve us. They finished it. Ultima weapon.
I mean, they kind of finished it a bit ago when they ate the 3 primals.
So it has a name.
It is a relic of ancient Alag, excavated from its resting place deep beneath Alamigo. The Alagans used it to crush primal and foe alike, and now the Garleans mean to do the same.
Damn you, Gaius!
Look! There, beside the Black Wolf. An Ascian.
Dun dun dun.
An overlord, no less. His garb attests to that.
La Habrea. It could only be him.
There's actually 0, Pretzel. That's the funny part. Oh, is this where it's revealed? So, this is Thancred.
Thancred! He was La Habrea? No. No, this cannot be.
We have to go now! Hang on!
Thancred! No!
Alright, now, I want you to say this line as if you've just gotten the wrong order at McDonald's. Truth be told, when I first saw this, I wasn't actually surprised to see Thancred, because it's me, and I noticed his absence. And the way it was being constructed, there was only 2 ways they were going with that. He was dead, or he was a traitor.
All that time, the enemy was beside me, and I never even suspected. And to think that it was I who suggested that Thancred investigate the Ascians. How could I have been so blind?
Yeah, the game also pointed out his absence, although it took a while to get there. He's been gone, if you've been paying attention, for a while when it comes to the narrative.
Small wonder the enemy knew our every move, and where to find us. Confound it all! No, this is not the time for self-doubt. The Alliance leaders staked their hopes on the Scions, but now they believe us all dead or missing. When they learn of the Empire's new weapon, we cannot be certain what they will do. We must go and offer them what assurances we can that defeat is not inevitable.
Do we have to?
Kryl, this is Minfilia.
The situation
I
may
am
have
in
taken
some
an
haste,
ill
so
turn.
forgive me if I seem brusque. The item I requested, is it ready? Wonderful! I'm sorry to press, but we need it urgently. How soon can it be delivered? I am in your debt, my friend.
By the way, I unironically like Kryl. In fact, she's actually probably one of my favorite Lalafels, along with Tataru.
But the battle is far from over. And so long as we stand together, there shall ever be hope of victory. The people of Eorzea falter for want of such hope. Let us provide it. Let us bear to them the tidings that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are returned. Matters are coming to a head. I hope we can count on you.
Ignore this dorky outfit.
I am ready. Let us pay a visit to the Council of the Alliance leadership.
Such as it is. Hells take Black Wolf and his new toy. Rally all available forces. I want them ready to move on my word. And relay to Southfriend to order to sail. That is all. Reminder that the Maelstrom doesn't have much of a fleet right now. That was a plot point, if you're remembering. They were building one of their first new ships since the Calamity ever in the last 5 years, and it was going to get blown up. Just pointed out. 5 years. One of the things I do like about the overall theme here is that the 3 city-states have spent the last 5 years, I don't want to say failing to recover from the calamity. It's more like barely recovering from the calamity, right? Like if you were to somehow chart it on a freaking chart, they're like, we're getting better barely. And I only point this out because remember that the 14th Legion, the 14th Legion, by themselves, without backup from the rest of the Garlemald, has managed this in the same period of time. Now, this will make more sense later after retcons, but it is something that is still true as of now. Yeah, exactly. They spent 5 years surviving. That's a great way to put that. Reminder, and it will come up again, even the soil is no longer as fertile as it used to be. Because of the whole, ether being ripped from the land and destabilization. I mean, imagine if you were to just kind of infuse all of the atoms in a giant chunk of territory with more atoms, and you've kind of got the problem here. Meanwhile, Ishgard is like, nope. Ishgard's just not dealing with this. What would stir the Archbishop to open his holy mouth if not this? And he claims the fury for his god. 'Tis bad comedy. I don't know. I like her too, actually. She's not as cool as Kryl or Tatara, but she is legit. And so is Wedge, and so is the kid, I think. And that might be everyone. All the other Lalafels need to die. Alright. I believe we're all acquainted with the terms of the Black Wolf's ultimatum. We must agree upon a course of action. Not less than the fate of Eorzea hangs upon the decision of this council. Pippin, that's his name. This cutscene's actually kind of funny when you think about it. Van Balsar claims to wield the power to smite primals. Should we yield to him, he pledges to rid the realm of its false gods, yet offer resistance, and he swears we shall share the primal's fate. Pardon my bluntness, but I don't like these choices. Yeah. It's too great a decision for any one nation to make alone. Choose we surrender or resistance, we must answer as one, but if but one surrenders, the rest will surely fall. Let us pray for wisdom to do right by all our peoples. Oh, hi, Minfilia. Once the people of Eorzea learn the signs of the seventh daughter return, they will surely rally. We need only sound the call. Do you have a plan? Action? Personnel? Resources? No. Deep. Meanwhile, Tatara was singing. It reminds her of home. Aww. Where's Edda? No. What do you think, Laura? Was she impressed? Do you think she might consider... That wasn't all how I expected things to play out, but at least we escaped with our lives. So we had to resort to such dramatic efforts to escape. Things escalated so quickly, Alphino and I saw no alternative. I'm not even going to comment. Thancred's plight troubles us all, but we cannot allow anything to come between us and our goal. So long as the Ultima weapon exists, Eorzea will never know peace. Let's go do a weird series of quests, shall we? I don't mean to sound negative, but I have this really strong memory at this point, historically, of being like, alright, let's go to the Castrum Meridianum and fight the Ultima weapon. Oh, I've got... Okay, well, next quest. No. When are we going there? It's not actually that long. It's only like 5 quests. It was just... It felt weird to be like, can we go? Grim tidings. It seems word of the Ultima weapon's existence has already reached the Alliance leaders in the form of an ultimatum. They have gathered in the fragrant chamber and are deliberating their answer even as we speak. Beleaguered as they are, I fear they may elect to lay down their arms in the belief surrender will spare their people untold suffering. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. That which the Black Wolf offers will doom Eorzea, not deliver it, and the leaders must be made aware of this. Okay, let's go to here, apparently. Oh, we're in Ul'dah. I guess the music should have given that away. Well, I will also freely admit that by this point in ARR, my patience had started to bleed out a little bit. Yeah, by the way, do we have 8 people on? Because, yeah, Cape Westwind is really soon. I forget where I'm going. We'll try here. Like, I think we have 3 cutscenes-ish. I will go ahead and get in this armor, which will be the one I'll be using for the next 3 dungeons. I'm sorry, you're here on behalf of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Do you not recognize me? Let me in.
We keep treading the same ground.
Van Belsar's demands are clear.
Alas, our minds are not.
I've never been one to shy from a fight, but if this weapon of theirs can do all they claim...
It has been 5 years since the calamity, and our people have scarce begun to rebuild their lives. Can we now, in good conscience, call upon them to risk what little they have left? I would spare them the pain of further conflict.
Point of order. Al amigo. That's all.
Conflict, I say, though that would imply forces set in opposition. If the combined might of 3 primals could not stay Garlemald's new terror, what meaningful resistance can we offer? We who struggle to quell the foes who rise up within our own borders.
I wasn't even going to bring up Doma yet.
Long have we fought the primals, but to what end? We strike them down at no small cost, only for them to rise again and again. Are we to play this profitless game for the rest of days? I, for one, grow tired of it. Mistake me not. I do not propose to trade one tyranny for another. I love liberty. But conciliation need not mean oppression.
Okay, now I'll bring up Doma.
By the 12, though neither of you cried surrender, your every word betokened it.
Although, actually, no. Dalmasca might be a better example of that.
Not that I deny there is truth in what you say. Nor can I rightly claim that Ul'dah is ready to fight. Refugees flood our gates, and beastmen swarm our land, while the great and the good do nothing. My flames struggle to bear the burden. I put on a grand show at the Remembrance Service, made all manner of lofty promises. I've made good on not a bloody one.
Do not blame yourself, Raban. You said only that which the people needed to hear. All present have done the same.
It's okay that you lied through your teeth, and it's normal.
Our citizens had become lost to hope. If our words serve to kindle it in them anew, better we speak than remain silent.
Service guarantees citizenship, Blade Torval.
Our enemy condemns us for failing our people. Yet what does he care for their well-being? While we labored to rebuild their lives,
The Black Wolf built instruments of murder with which to end them.
Her Majesty speaks true. For all our failings, the people's well-being has ever been our foremost priority. While none among us ever doubted that the Empire would one day resume its war, we scarcely had means enough to solve the problems of the present.
Aye, which is why we look to others to safeguard our future. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Alas, they are gone, and the Black Wolf is at our door.
Really quick, just to make sure you don't think I missed it. Thank you, Sonoshi. As always, I have put that towards the Dragon Age block.
Admiral! I fear you are mistaken.
Hi.
Alphinaud, Minfilia, and Seven Hells. Master Garland?
And some tall dude.
And you, dear friend.
Oh, so they actually acknowledged me. Holy crap. I thought I was part of the fixture here.
You're alive. All of you.
Oh, by the way.
Approached, I would swear I heard talk of surrender, but I know that cannot be. It is not the Eorzean way.
Just really quick, you can actually see my Flame Captain rank on my neck there. You can see it even here. It's pretty big.
Hear me, my friends. Accepting the Garleans' offer to vanquish the Primals would be folly. Folly, I say. For might is not the answer to the primal threat. Indeed, the more the Empire exerts its strength, the worse matters will become. Primals enter this world when mortals call upon them, and mortals are wont to appeal to a higher power when they are desperate. Nothing is more certain to breed desperation in the beast tribes than the Garleans' proposed solution.
The true answer lies in a lasting peace. But the Garleans only know war and conquest. Should Eorzea fall into their hands, there will be such suffering as none can imagine.
I was going to say, granted, I think they hadn't actually written most of this, but even at this point in history, we know about Alamigo, if nothing else.
We are not blind to the many challenges that each of your nations face. Yet you must not give in.
Aye. Remember 5 years ago when you wagered all for the sake of the realm? Remember what you fought for, what you were willing to die for.
We lost the Battle of Curtino, Alphino.
Let the memories rekindle the fire in your heart, for Eorzea has need of it again.
I've just pointed out.
Come what may, we Scions will never give up the fight. And so I bid you stand with us, and together we shall safeguard the future of the realm.
Also, we have Darth Vader with us.
A great man once said that a shrewd merchant grasps not for the quick profit, but invests in the future. Wise words, eh, Rauban?
Yeah, actually, considering that even the Primal lost that battle, I'd say everybody lost Cartino.
Sid,
Your words stir and shame me in equal measure. How could I contemplate surrender?
Okay, I hate to jump on the opposite side of this equation here, but a wise ruler considers all options, so that you can then properly dismiss them. That's how that works.
I know full well that all we have, we owe to the sacrifices of those who went before us. Yet the seeming hopelessness of our plight robbed me of my insight. We Gridanians have no love for war.
Even though we have been in a non-stop conflict with the Ixals for the last 5 years.
Yet we have still less for those who would threaten our homeland. Ever have we fought to protect those things we hold dear, and this shall never change. Gridania will go to war. We will fight the Empire for the sake of the realm and all who abide here.
So yeah, I hate to interrupt this touching scene, but Von Falkenstein is correct. That without us, and I do want to add that proviso, without us, the Warrior of Light specifically, without the Hulk, without the Star Destroyer, the correct call here is to surrender. Subterfuge, infiltration, sabotage, rehabilitation, like, direct resistance is frankly meaningless without a heavy. You happen to have a heavy, so okay, we can consider other options. That's true, Takoida, but you have a guarantee of death if you fight. You have a possibility of survival if you surrender. It is still the correct choice. It is not a good choice, but it is the correct one. That's way more terrifying than it really should be. There is Sub-Zero. It's on the website. You can also type in !next into chat.
At long last, I hear words worthy of a founder of the Alliance. Raoban, are we to be outdone?
I lost one homeland. The thought of losing another had blunted my resolve. But no man knows better than I that if you want aught, you'd best be ready to die for it.
I really want that pizza.
With great danger comes the chance for great glory and great profit. We Uldans who have turned sand into gold know this well.
I'm sorry. I'm just picturing Raoban going down to all the refugees living outside the city in the desert and saying, just turn the sand into gold, God!
How many times have we fallen into the pit of despair, only to have you pluck us out? I've fair lost count.
7.
Reckless, the lot of you, like bloody pirates. Well, I won't waste my breath trying to talk you round, on account of being a pirate myself. And the pirate who shrinks from a challenge is no pirate at all. Those who would pick a quarrel with us must choose. Back down, or go down with all hands. Let the Garleans come. The united strength of Limsa Lominsa will be waiting for them.
If our realm is to be free of this pall of darkness, let it be by our own hands.
For Eorzea!
We must needs consider how the weapon may be brought to bear against us.
The Maelstrom will secure strategic points along the coastline.
In the meantime, the flames will deploy at...
Be at ease, my friends. You have banished our doubts.
Really? Because I thought Alphina rolled like a 6 on that speech.
Pray leave the military matters to us, and retire to the waking sands. We will send word anon.
I'm sorry for sounding so down, but that whole cutscene has the same problem an enormous amount of ARR cutscenes have. Presentation. Once again, you can see what the scene is supposed to see. By the way, going back to the Waking Sands. You can see what the scene is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be the we'll not go down quietly into the night moment. It's supposed to be the big, rousing, uplifting scene. It's not. I'm not sure if I'm going to negative that one. fair enough on Falkenstein. But you can see why I'm just kind of like, really? This entire time? Yeah, it comes across as kind of nonsensical. I hate to once again reference Rabtoons, but I like the Rabtoons' take on that very scene. We should all surrender. Agreed. You're all punks, but agreed. Wait, don't surrender. Agreed. 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 And then we laugh. Ha 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 ha. And I think T just shows up. It's like, that's... What? So someone asked what Lore's block means. Well, we tend to do our reviews in blocks, categories. So we've got an RPG block, you know, we had a platformer block, we have a miscellaneous block, which is just nothing that really fits together, and of course we have Lore's block, which is stuff that I actually want to play. Wait, surrender just a little. Agree. Or we'll do the Rogan animation, which is like, it's the best animation in the game. Oh, that was my hip. Where's Orion J? Where's Thancred? No, I'm done.
I cannot well express my relief to think that the Alliance came so close to surrender.
Agreed.
But the fire in their hearts has been rekindled, and they will fight to the last.
Not to spoil, but compare and contrast the "We will unite together" scene we just saw with the one that happens in the patch content in Stormblood. That's all I'm going to say about that. And you see the contrast and variance between the two, right?
This warmth inside. Did you feel it too, Grandfather?
No, that was Bahamut.
I would know something. Was that your power at work earlier?
Nothing of the sort. The leaders of Eorzea had lost their way. I merely helped them to find it again. Oh, hello. Yes, our party returned just a moment ago. How close are you? It's all right, Sid.
We must needs plan our next move. Pray continue liaising with your respective nations. Sid, would you be our man in Ul'dah?
I'll be whatever and wherever you need me to be.
Really? Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but I'm partial to Bacchus wine myself.
We haven't a moment to waste. All right, let's do this.
Thancred's fate weighs heavy on my mind. I cannot bear to think of him enthralled to an Ascian. Mayhap you know this already, but the Ascians are immortal beings without physical form. Since time immemorial, they have fanned the flames of chaos from the shadows. That they might work unseen, the Ascians entrap and possess mortal men by means of malign artifacts known as crystals of darkness. One such crystal may yet be the key to saving Thancred.
This is a crystal of darkness.
Ooh, pretty. I'll take that. Dark Knight unlocked.
Using data obtained from anomalous crystals found across Eorzea.
It comes to us courtesy of the students of Baldessian, our distant allies. Even for an Archon, Thancred's talents are exceptional. We all had complete confidence in him. It was for this reason that none among us foresaw the danger in sending him to investigate the Ascians alone.
Thancred had been striving to fill the void left by Louisoix. Yet, it was plain that he was overtaxing himself.
Yeah, he would volunteer for everything and work till he was dizzy.
And the toll taken by his exertions made him vulnerable to Ascian influence.
You hear that? Don't overwork, or you'll be possessed by an Ascian.
The crystal that binds Thancred must be somewhere on his person. If we could but destroy it, his Ascian possessor would be compelled to relinquish control over him. You have proven the stoutest of allies, standing with us through thick and thin. Yet the most perilous struggle is still to come. For the sake of the realm, and Thancred, I ask that you lend us your strength once more. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart.
Alright. We're on day 5 of this game now. Can anyone tell me what Minfilia's characterization is? I'm just making a point here because I have been extraordinarily patient with giving her a chance to become a character. I think we're just going to codify that one, and we're going to give it a second one. Now, hear me out for a second. Negative number 1 is the obvious. She's not a character. She's not. She's a blank slate nothing. And that is something I could at least tolerate under circumstances, if not for negative number 2, which is the fact that she has by far the most camera presence of any character in the entire game to date. Obviously, later, other characters will come to the forefront, but you get the point, right? She is constantly on camera, constantly on mission control, constantly the voice actress who has the most lines in the game. She is the Zidane of ARR. And yet we, the Warrior of Light, are more of a character than Minfilia is. We don't have a voice actor! So, we're going to finally codify our Minfilia negatives. I think I've officially had enough.
As I am sure you are aware, the realm was saved from certain doom 5 years ago by heroes known as the Warriors of Light.
Really? You know what? This is a good time to codify the repetition negative I mentioned earlier. Did you know?
What you may not be aware of is that your many feats in service to the Scions have prompted folk to make certain comparisons.
Meanwhile, I'm actually literally asleep under the helmet. Huh? What?
I must confess, you do remind me of them.
As a reminder, canonically, the idea at this point was that we are the heroes from 1.0.
Yet remember this, however glorious the past, it is the hero's lot to be judged on the deeds of the present. A new darkness threatens the realm, and the people cry out for a savior.
Wait, I'm sorry, what? People say she's the first love interest of the Warrior of the Light? I believe all the Ironworks armor does that. I think there's a few other specific suits that show off the rank. But I know the Ironworks do. Because I was actually wearing Ironworks at this point in history. Because, Thank you, Scruffy Looking. As always. And I suppose you know the question.
I believe that you are he, a warrior of light, here in the present, guided by the crystal's will. Come, my friends, let us fight to safeguard the future of our beloved Eorzea.
Yeah, sure. Just gonna do that anyways. No, this is Ironworks armor. Augmented Ironworks, okay, it's Augmented Ironworks. I don't know if that makes a difference. But that is what I'm wearing. That's not a transmog. That's actually my outfit here. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna read that one out loud. Totaro says, I understand you gave our fallen brothers and sisters a proper burial. I'm sure they appreciated it. When the Empire is beaten and all this is over, let's visit them at the church. We may have surmounted this latest trial, but the worst is yet to come. We must remain focused. I will not see our efforts wasted in futile regret. As for Thancred, he and I have much to discuss. Instead of gratitude for coming to his rescue, Papa Limo called me a scatterbrain. Next time he gets caught by the Empire, I'm leaving him to rot. Can I hold you to that? Had I not earned a V in Garlean soldier bay? Well done for Edda, lowering her guard in the heat of battle. How much of a scatterbrain can she be? The counteroffensive to come will require total commitment of every allied nation, as well as the flawless coordination of all forces, so we're screwed! She hasn't said a word to me since the rescue. Was all of this for nothing? What's next on the agenda? We're ready to work. For many years, you got it. Homeworld again. We're good. I dedicated my life to the research and development of Magitech, unable or unwilling to see the repercussions of my work, and though I have left Garlemald behind, its scientists continue to build upon my work. Yeah, you have no idea. I fear this new weapon may yet be another example of that, an ancient relic enhanced with technologies I created. Yet even should that be the case, it would still require a brilliant mind to... No. No! Don't worry. It definitely wasn't him. Sorry, let me say that correctly. It wasn't him! And then violins. Anyways, Jordan posited a negative for the Thancred thing. I don't think we can actually judge that fairly yet, but I will jot it down as a potential, because we will be judging that as we go. Meanwhile, it's time to plan to attack Cape Westwind. Alright. This is when FF6's mission music should pop in. We've received details of the impending operation. In what promises to be the single largest counteroffensive in the realm's troubled history, the Alliance will strike at every Imperial stronghold standing upon Eorzean soil. As might be expected, the operation will be complex, but you need not commit its intricacies to memory. It is enough that each man understand his part and play it to the best of his ability. Yes, that's how a military operation works. Finer instructions you will receive at each staging point. To begin, from west to east, Maelstrom of Linsa Laminsa, Immortal Flames, and the Order of the Twin Adder. Here are the Imperial strongholds. We have Castrum Occidens, Castrum Meridium. No, that's just Marinum. My bad. We also have Castrum Meridianum. There we go. And Cape Westwind, which connects Castrum Marinum to the mainland. Then we have Castrum Oriens and Castrum Sentry. Now, I'm going to actually pause here for just a second. All these things are here, and if you're paying attention, you'll notice them. But this is the first time the game has actually outlined just how much of a foothold in Eorzea the Garleans have. Look at that for a second. That's not like a couple of border forts up by their held territory, which is the upper right of Alamigo. You can see it there in the little peninsula thing. That's fortresses all over the place, across the entirety of the Eorzean Peninsula. Yeah, this is how entrenched the Garleans actually are. And I just feel like repeating it. This is one legion. The forthcoming operation will see the Allied forces assault each of the aforementioned locations, with the ultimate objective of destroying the Empire's new weapon within the Castrum Meridianum. As one might expect of the Black Wolf's seat of power, Castrum Meridianum boasts all but impenetrable defenses. I mean, I've done it a few thousand times. To do otherwise, yeah, sure. Okay, so the operation will have 4 distinct phases. The first shall see us eliminate one of the Black Wolf's most trusted lieutenants, the most difficult raid boss in the game. When he arrives, we shall dispatch an elite adventurer unit to eliminate him. Lore, I would have you lead this assault. That's my job, yeah. Can't even pronounce that. You know what? I don't even care. Dumbass is a peerless field tactician. Shorn of his leadership, the garrison at Castrum Occidens would be a snake without its head. Phase 2 will see us sever Castrum Meridianum's primary lines of supply. As soon as Bob's dumbass's presence is confirmed at the coastal outpost, the Maelstrom will lay siege to Castrum Occidens. At that very hour, the Laminsan Armada, all 3 ships, shall move to blockade Castrum Marinum. Meanwhile, in the 12's Woods, the Order of the Twin Adder will surround Castrum Oriens. And they'll have the Sylphs to help. Phrixio's been waiting for a chance to avenge these ones. Phase 3, actually, that's a funny thing. They only have 1 line to acknowledge it, but if you remember, the Sylphs specifically asked us, if the opportunity comes to fight back at the Imperials, please tell us. Apparently we followed through on that. Phase 3 will see us neutralizing Castrum Meridianum's defenses, in a quest I'm going to point out when we get there. The Immortal Flames, which is the main thrust, as it should be, they're probably the strongest military force on the island here, will march against the stronghold with all their strength. While the enemy's eyes are thus drawn outwards, another elite adventure unit, which is totally not going to be us again, will infiltrate. Disable the Magitech Field Generator, which protects the Praetorium, a fortress within the fortress wherein the Ultima Weapon is believed to be housed. Lore, we would have you take command once more. Hulk Smash. Meanwhile, the Order of the Twin Adder will blockade the railway which connects Sentry and Meridianum, preventing the timely arrival of reinforcements from Mordona. Oh yeah, reminder, each of these little outposts merely have a garrison, which can fight one of the entire armed forces of the city-states by themselves. They still have the bulk of their forces over in Mordona. Or not Mordona, sorry, in Alamigo. We'll see a lot more of just how entrenched they are in Alamigo later. There's a lot, that's what I'm trying to say. Once Meridianum's defenses have been compromised, the operation will enter its 4th and final phase. We will see the Immortal Flames enter the stronghold, suppress the remnants of the enemy garrison, allowing Lore's unit to unopposed to enter the Praetorium, where they will locate and destroy the Ultima Weapon, the final boss of the MSQ. By this feat shall the operation be deemed a success. In addition to the Grand Companies who can count on the support of a variety of other parties, the Pirates, the Monetarists, not the Royalists, there will be 12 major factions involved. Yeah, that's what an alliance is. Legend holds that the Archons were 12 in 1 and 1 in 12. It is for this reason our grand endeavor has been dubbed Operation Archon. Countless free companies have also pledged their swords, and more join us by the day. At long last, all of Eorzea is rising as one. We're totally unified! As before, the Scions shall work in concert. Edda, Papalymo, and Ishtola pray accompany your respective organizations on their missions. Urianger, I would have you represent an Ul'dah, reassure the financiers they have made sound investment. Why do I have to talk to the accountants? Never mind, that makes perfect sense. Tataru, please assist Urianger. You're actually better at accounting. Ophelia, Sid, I shall accompany the main host in an advisory capacity. It'll be our task to analyze intelligence as it comes into our possession and make the necessary recommendations to command. As Alphino mentioned, your job will be going and killing the big things. You're the heavy. The battle for the realm is about to begin. Da-da-da-da. So, some of you may or may not recall, I asked you a question quite a while ago. I asked, when do you think we began, and when do you think we finished becoming the Star Destroyer? My answer is soon. As far as finished. I think we started becoming the Star Destroyer right when we soloed Ifrit. That being said, there is a moment in Heavensward where it is absolutely unquestionable. I'm not going to spoil it, where we have officially become a Star Destroyer. Don't worry, I will point it out when we get there. I need to remember to be a Dragoon for that cutscene. Someone asked, Zactaf asked, what do I think of the Resident Evil 3 remake characters? I'm going to be 100% honest with you, I don't remember any of them. Resident Evil 3 remake sucked. I think it was a net negative overall, and I stand by that. Okay. Move on here, don't mind me. You're welcome. As communication officer, it falls to me to issue you your orders and provide guidance. Your first mission, infiltrate and eliminate the boss. Okay. That's cool. I must go even faster then. This is me pushing you, Zero. Go faster. Force reality to bend to your will. Ignore the swamp of hell here. It's cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. So you're Lore Runner, fearless adventurer who's deleted the assault. We've been expecting you. Once Maelstrom friends report, our Maelstrom friends report that Bob, dumbass, departed Castrum Occidens a bell ago. Sure enough, a convoy of Imperial airships landed here just now. The likelihood is high that our target was aboard one of the vessels. I've dispatched scouts to verify his presence before we strike. By the way, are we taking off our accessories for this one and the MSQQ? Antlion 1, target not sighted. Weird graphic effect. Antlion 2, likewise target not sighted. Antlion 3, I got nothing for you. Antlion 4, nothing to report as of... Wait! Disregard previous message. Target sighted. I say again, target sighted. Understood. Hold your position. Attention all units. This is Lieutenant Adalbert Cotter. This is the first step of Operation Archon begins with us. Should we falter here, all hope of victory will be lost. 'Tis no small burden, but I know that I believe in all of you. So believe in yourselves, and together we will blaze a path for our brothers and sisters of the Alliance to follow. Also, you've got the Star Destroyer here, so... We will create multiple diversions to disperse the enemy garrison. That should give your people a chance to breach the defenses. By the way, notice this is one of the few instances that we do which they explicitly make clear we're not doing solo. I just wanted to point that out. Go now, bring us Ridrin's head. May Rhalgr grant you strength. Commence diversionary maneuvers. Take off all my stuff here. Just get ready for that. Alright, ignore all these trash mobs. Like you do. Get an invite. Move up here. Didn't see this behind the entrance. There we go. I think our group will be completely inconspicuous. I can zoom in a little bit more. I'd say there-ish. Ah. This guy is successful. Just call me Agent 47. Oh, thanks, Bragwin. Like a sideways shot. There we go. I like that. Hi, Magister. Was I that boring? Man, I know people tell me that, but ooh. Listen, Gigapudding, I know you like to be silly, But here, we must embrace the grim dark of the Force. I mean, the glamour. There we go. Long shot there. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, we're just... Nope. See, from this angle, you can't see any of those things, Giga Pudding. See? It's cool. Everything's cool. Actually, you know what's really irritating to me? So, I don't enjoy playing Scholar. It's not a bad class, as I've said. It's just I don't enjoy playing it. Scholar's artifact gear at 90 is probably my favorite artifact set at 90. God, does this even... I can off-tank. I don't mind. I guess I should say that in chat. So, they don't pull the WoW thing. For those of you not aware, WoW actually has gone out of its way for many years, since about Cataclysm, but especially since Pandaria, to try and make it so that both tanks always have something to do. Sometimes that's ads, sometimes that's tank swaps. Tank swaps are very common in WoW. FF14 bounces around a lot more in its early content, because some fights just straight up do not need a second tank. And yet a second tank is actually mandatory in order to queue for them. In other cases, there's a second boss, like Leviathan is a good example of an off-tank situation. Or, sometimes there's just going to be a lot of trash. That's going to be my job in this fight, consequently. My armor's better. Now, where have I seen you before? Oh yes, the man who felled the mighty Titan. This is the Icon Slayer? I see. The commotion without is naught but a diversion. Allow me to hazard a guess. By eliminating me, you hope to undermine the garrison at Occidents. A bold strategy, to be sure, but have you the strength to see it to fruition? Leave us. None of you are a match for him. Send word to Castrum Occidents. Tell them the Laminsons are coming. Once but old. As much as I call him dumbass, he's actually probably the most cool of the main villains introduced so far. And it's a shame because he has a grand total of 3 cutscenes, counting this one. Not counting where he's just walking in the background. Scenes where he's actually a character. 3! 15 years have come and gone since Lord Van Balsar first set foot in Eorzea, yet his ambition for the realm burns as strong as ever it did. Know you what fuels it, adventurer? The desire to deliver the people from their suffering. The lands he has conquered were all beset with problems. Poverty, starvation, lawlessness, strife. My homeland was no exception. Had my lord not reached out and claimed it for the Empire, it would eventually destroyed itself. But under his sage leadership, my people enjoyed such peace and stability as we have never known. And he only desires the self-same for the people of this realm. Under his rule, Eorzea would be free from the shackles which bind it, the shackles of false faith. There would be no feeble leaders to guide the masses, no icons to bleed the realm dry. True peace could reign, and the people would be free to live their lives without fear of persecution or oppression. Fresh reminder, Garleans consider non-Garleans savages. Should you doubt the truth of my words, I bid you look upon me. I am no son of Garlemald, and yet Lord Van Balsar saw fit to raise me to a station of great honor. He measures not a man by his birth, by his worth, such as the sense of justice. By the grace of his excellency, I am where I was born to be, upon the field of battle. He has given me a noble cause to fight for, and worthy adversaries to smite. Now, this is a fascinating topic that they could do a lot with, but they don't. I am not one to bear my steel needlessly, but if you are deaf to reason... In the name of Lord Van Balsar, I, dumbass, do swear to strike you down. This is such a weird battle song, but whatever. First 8 mana of the game. Okay. Make sure I'll turn on that. Someone hasn't done this before. Who hasn't done this before here? Kind of idle for a minute. I don't want to pull threat. There. So don't be in front of the boss. He has a cleave attack, as most bosses do. I'm still not going to respect this fight. It is still a very simple fight. Avoid the fire, don't be in front of the boss, kill the ads. That is kind of it. He does like to hit hard, though. So, for example, you see Clyde over there. Clyde should probably be not that far in front of the boss right now. There you go. Whoops, let's have it. You might wonder why I'm even bothering to DPS the boss, other than trying to generate damage, obviously. I'm also trying to make sure that I am second in the aggro table. This is a fairly common practice in any 2-tank fight. Just in case something happens to the first tank, you want it to immediately go to the other tank. Not to... Oh, yeah, like that. Like that. That's an excellent example of that. Pop a couple of buttons here, because I wasn't ready for that. Okay, we'll go and do this. I'm going to try and wait until Ritlin is pulled off me there. I'm actually out of cooldowns. Wow, I do not have a lot of cooldowns at this level. That. Get this going. Nope, we're dead. Wow. So, this is probably another wipe, to be completely honest. Because those adds do not hit an insignificant amount. And one tank generally can't deal with that kind of damage. And yet, there it goes. So as much as I hate to raid lead, I'm going to go ahead and officially call for we should probably kill the adds priority as soon as they show up to minimize the amount of damage that the healers are having to deal with so they can focus on the main tank. So, as soon as... I'll type it out in chat too. For those of you not actually listening to me. I used to have all this stuff hotkeyed. Like I don't anymore. I have to go the other way. See, if you're wondering why I was starting the fight with my camera facing this way, that was why. Looks like I am second in threat, which is good. Fortunately, I misclicked something earlier, so a button I could use on the tank right now, I can't. So that's cool. I'm not even gonna heal at this level. No, okay. I apparently cannot mark them? That's very strange. Whatever, my target first. I'll deal with this other guy in a minute. This. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think I have them both. Don't want that. Focus the other one down. It's already a little bit above half. I didn't believe it. I have nothing at this level. God. All the buttons I keep reaching for aren't there. There. Now the damage output should be a little bit more manageable. Gonna try and face him over here, away from people. That's okay. I've got absolutely nothing left. Just double check. There it is. That's whatever's killing her. Him, it, them. Ooh! Yeah, there's no dodging that one. Jesus. 8 seconds I could take slightly less damage. Clyde? Limit break. Limit break, limit break. A melee limit break. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Forgive me. I have failed you. Lord Van Balsar. Whew. All right. So, for the sake of showing off, I actually 100% agree with what Valvedrix just said. We should do that, like normally, not unsynced. Just get rid of minimum eye level and put on all our accessories. Just to really show that off. But hang on, everyone pose, everyone pose. Wait, no, wait. No! Owl. I wanted to get a snapshot, because I think we earned that one. That was actually a pretty good fight. Pull up my thing here. Remind me what the get rid of the HUD button is real quick. And also what the screenshot button is, because I don't remember what either of them are. Scroll lock, thank you. Where's my scroll lock? There it is. I had to think about that. Hang on. Zero, swap with me real quick so I can be in the middle. So I can get to everyone. Okay. Zero! No! Hang on, let me... There we go. Okay. Yeah, I know, you're in G-pose. I don't like doing G-pose. I can scooch up a little bit more this way. It's, you know, it used to have a purpose. It hasn't for a long time. I'm going to take a couple ones here. Hang on, let's go ahead and wait till everyone's settled. Screenshot there. Screenshot over here while we're at it. Oh, don't want to hide Zero. Zero's so much shorter than I am. There we go. And then one just straight down the middle. There. Awesome. Good job, everyone. And also Omega Legion. Sorry. So we need to do that again, like without all of the lower things after this cutscene. We need to show off how stupid that fight actually is. With this deed, you have sown the seeds of our ultimate victory. The fading of that light presages an end to the Empire's tyranny. Alphino, I know you're trying to uplift the troops, but we're a little bit further away from that. Alright, now I hope... No, okay, hang on. Yeah, what's up? 'Tis I. Seems you've done it again, Lore. I'd raise a tanker to you, but I'm afraid we have no time to savor. There's still the small matter of infiltrating Castra Meridianum. I know, no rest for the preternaturally gifted. Now stop feeling sorry for yourself and make your way to the Immortal Flames encampment. As with Kingdom Hearts, once they no longer feel the need to hide their appearance, aka as soon as they take off their hood, they tend to leave it off. So we'll be saying Alaha Brea like this for a bit. Alas, the gate to the void already stands open. Soon the darkness shall consume all, and I'm evil and stupid. You notice how Laha Brea isn't a character? I want you to remember that for later. Those of you who have not played this game, and those of you who have, lodge into your brain how much of a character Laha Brea is not. Hey, I recognize that room. I see it every day. Prefect is slain. Regrettably so, and at the hand of the Icon Slayer, if the Centurion who survived the attack is to be believed. Livia's actually upset about something, other than not having sex with him. Where were his men when he faced the enemy? Fleeing even as their commander yielded his last breath? If they should prove they questioned his right. I cannot speak for them, my lord. There's one ad we didn't kill. God damn it. Beg pardons, there's more. The Maelstrom has laid siege to Castrum Occidens, and blockaded Castrum Marinum. And, like, 5 other places. So this is their answer. Very well, we shall crush them as we crush the Icons. Go forth and show them the futility of their resistance. By the way, I should mention just as a lore point, an Icon and a Primal are actually different things. We will discuss that more in detail later. But all you need to know right now is that the Garleans refer to all Icons and Primals as Icons. And it's intended to be a derogatory term. I'm pretty sure when I pushed through that fight, which was when Heaven's Word was out, that fight was ridiculous. Okay, are we here? We're here. Okay. Let me go ahead and just put on some slightly better gear really quick. Yeah, we will discuss more about the Icons. I believe that's Heaven's Word is when that's really going to come up. I'm ready for Q whenever. I guess it's just a normal smash it in the face Q. While I head over to the Waking Sands. Oh, there we go. That was fast. See how fast far I can get. Go. 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 Must make it to NPC. Ah. Almost. Alright, so here's the strategy, since I've sort of unintentionally taken the role of raid leader here. I want everyone to burn him as hard and fast as you possibly can, okay? Just all the deeps. I want all the deeps here, okay? I want Giga to look silly. I want Bragwin to look sexy. Let's go. Oh, and Rax. He's sexy, too. Different way, though. He's Kane. Yep, you make sure to dodge all the mechanics. Very important. Who's still in the cutscene? Oh, Bragwin is. Alright, here we go. Let's do it. Yeah! Leroy! Make sure to stand in front of him. Very important. I should probably actually throw up tank stance. Hang on, there we go, there we go. Alright, now in a second, there's going to be some ads that summon. We need to be very careful to ignore them completely. Make sure you do not attack the ads no matter what you do. Hang on, hang on. And we'll drop that down there. And that should be all that requires. Yep. Now completely ignore the ads. Very important. I can even do this now. Long. Alright, let me go to this. Just a little bit of this. I could use cooldown. I guess I could use this cooldown. Yeah, sure. And he's dead. So in case you're wondering why we're doing the whole minimum eye level remove accessories thing, that's why. This is also why when I talk about the game scaling properly and bringing you down with relation to the ability issue, I acknowledge and admit that there needs to be other mechanisms in place to also bring the power level down, because even with our abilities removed, you can see how we're still just steamrolling over everything. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. We'll be doing the Castrum Meridianum, I think, next. You know, the bad one. The one everyone leaves the group in. Scion Runner, your deeds this day are an inspiration to us all. With the death of the Prefectus, Operation Archon has entered its second phase. Even as we speak, the Maelstrom moves to blockade Castrum Occidens and Castrum Marinum. Added to the far east, in the Black Shroud, the Order of the Twin Adder advances upon Castrum Orions. Already you have done much to advance our cause, performing such feats that are worthy of song, but if our plan is to succeed, more is required of you. Let me know when your preparations are in order. My preparations are in order. Phase 2 of the operation is presently in motion. Our brothers and sisters of the Maelstrom are holding their own. Ere long, the third phase will begin, and you must take to the field once more. The immortal flame shall strike at the caster Meridianum by way of a diversionary maneuver. While the Garleans are thus locked in battle, you are to infiltrate and bring down the magitek field that surrounds the Praetorium. Yep. Cool. Let's go ahead and switch back to my actual gear. Have we decided if we're going to go ahead and use accessories? Given what we just went through. Where is, there it is. So we haven't actually been to Northern Thanalan yet. Well, we need another person, Valvadrix. Hint, hint. Sorry. But seriously, we need 2 other people. Sorry. We could also hold off on finishing the MSQ. As much as I hate to stop quite literally at the finishing line, we could do that. I've always known that this run will be kind of wherever with regards to availability. Because I do want to do several of these things at level with people. Not just to show it off, but for the review. Logistically speaking, we are ready to march on Castor Meridianum at a moment's notice. Alas, while our troops are held in the body, their minds are anywhere but. Another hour. So there's a story arc I was going to show off first, after we finish off the MSQ. I could do that now. Do you think everyone might be available in about an hour? Because I can do that. Again, as much as I hate to pause the story, I always knew this was going to be a thing. See in-game chat here. I'm seeing some consensus. Alright, so we'll reconvene when everyone's available. Hour-ish, 2 hours, 18, 52, whatever it takes. Where am I? I'm at Blue Frog. I know where I am. I know where I am. So let's go ahead and leave New Game Plus. So, you remember Edda? Actually, yeah, no, let's go ahead and do that now. So, let me double check something. I need 3 people volunteers if they're willing to. You don't have to, but I would like to show off a dungeon. Pretty much immediately, actually. If not, I can switch to something else. I want to be... I guess I can be whatever. I can be whatever for this one. That's the one, Magister. So, where is this? I guess it doesn't matter where I am physically, because I can't... I was actually looking into this. This is something I mentioned, referenced earlier. Hi, Clyde. So, unfortunately, while there are quests associated with every one of the optional dungeons, there's no way to redo those quests that I am aware of. They're not in here. They're not an option here. And, of course, I've done all the unlocks. I have everything unlocked. I've done all the blue stuff. So, we're going to do a little bit of summarizing instead of actually showing it off. So what we're going to do is, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to find out there's this person, and I got to name his name here, Pio-Reo, okay? Now, Pio-Reo is a Tataru, I believe, or not Tataru, listen to me, a Lalafell from Ul'dah, okay? He's just gotten a wedding invite to Avere and Edda's wedding. Now, that's a little bit suspicious to begin with, considering we know what happened to Avere. But it's also being held at the Tamterra Deepcroft. And I'm not sure what the Duty Fighter says for that. We'll go ahead and see if it says anything here. Oh, wrong thing. What do you want down here? Tamterra Hard. Tamterra Hard. Where is it? I'm probably staring right at it. There it is. When the guiding light of one's life is extinguished, it takes uncommon strength of spirit to clamber out of the black pits of despair. Those who want for resilience may yet be pulled up by a friend's helping hand. But what becomes of a broken-hearted maiden who has neither the strength nor the succor to overcome the darkness that threatens to consume her? The answer shall be revealed through the tragic tale that begins with the arrival of a single letter. Let's go ahead. So who we got? We've got Bregwin, Jordan, and Rax, it looks like, is our group. I can do whatever for these. I have no real preference. That's probably gonna make me the healer or the tank. I'm cool with either. Oh, Giga Pudding wants to go too. Sorry. Rax, do you mind bowing out for Giga? I didn't see Giga's thing. I apologize. Okay. Oh, that works. Let's get Giga in. Too late, Giga! I demand that your silliness get in here right now. And you better be wearing the stupidest possible outfit. Or so help you! This does mean I need a tank or healer. Clyde says he can tank. Giga, can you heal? If you can't heal, I can heal. Like I said, I can fill whatever. I've got all the things. Giga is a healer. Perfect. In that case, I'll actually go as a deep. The deep I was going to show off today. I think it was Reaper was today, wasn't it? Yeah, because I was going to save Stormblood. I was going to save Samurai, and I was going to save Dragoon. Good night, Omega Legion. Thanks for the fun. So, let's show off. You know what? Let's show off the crappiest class. No, I'm not going to do that. That's actually stupid. Let's show off Bard a little bit. That's a good idea. Let's show off Bard. Although I could do Reaper. It's just Reaper sucks at low level. Like, it really sucks at low level. Like, at 50, I don't even have my secondary combo. All I have is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, keep the debuff up. So, I'm gonna go with Bard. I'm gonna go with Bard. Alright, ready check. Everyone's apparently a DPS. That's a lie. I can see he's a tank right in front of me. We will be doing minimum eye level. I don't think you need to take off your accessories for this place. Or any of the optional dungeons. Because this is all patch content at this point. I've just lost it. There it is, Temtara. Remember this place? We've actually been here before. It's a little different now. A lot more candles. A little more red than I remember. What are you wearing, Brakeman? Oh my god! Sorry, Brakeman and I have to take a 10-minute break. No, okay. Pop this. Right. I actually am, but I forgot to. Hang on. Get involved in this. Where's my document? There it is. I'll look up Cape Westwind later. I literally have screenshots. So this is... Tank is Clyde. Healer is Giga. I am a Bard. So you don't need me here. DPS is completely unnecessary for this gear. For the game. Sorry. Notice how the music's even different, too. I didn't see it, but granted, I'm extremely distracted right now, Ross. No, it's there in the log. Thank you, Ross, very much for the sub. In this horrifying, horrifying element. I am not awesome, but thank you. And it's all good. I know that you have given me good reason for not being here. I understand. I do. But you didn't tell me what you want to put it towards, so for that, I'm afraid I condemn you to watching the run for 5 more seconds. I finally mustered the courage to speak with your hero, my love. Lor is as kind and as wise as he is brave and strong. He listened attentively as I told him all about you. About us. Though he is a man of few words. Or perhaps he is... Everything he said seemed to inspire me. Why, his gaze alone instilled me with confidence I never knew I had. Truly, I feel better prepared to face the future for having met him. How right you were, my love. These are letters from Edda. If you remember, after her husband, sorry, her fiancé died, she came to meet us and actually talk to us about it. Okay, right. Sorry, I don't actually play Bard all that often. So, forgive me for sucking. No wall-to-walling in here. So that's the way we went last time. It's been boarded up now, though. It's okay, we got a bridge this time. Everything's fine. Everything's fine, Dakota. Don't worry about it. It's cool. She has a very healthy relationship with us. I'm not sure if this is actually more DPS. Well, we're going to try it out. Better than hitting C a bunch. And C. She did keep a hold of her dead fiancé's skull, so, you know. Very, very healthy behavior. I don't think I have anything to refresh my dots at this level. I could be wrong. Does this refresh? Nope. Does this? Nope. How about this one? He's dead. Okay, whatever. Scarcely a week has passed since we returned to the village, and already I cannot help thinking it was a mistake. There was a time when this place seemed just large enough, but having seen the wider world, it all feels so insufferably confined that I often find myself struggling for breath. I know it is the same for you, my love. The only time I feel truly alive is when I'm adventuring with you. We are as caged birds in this backwater. So long as we remain here, we will never spread our wings and soar. So let us take to the road and create a lifetime of wonderful memories together. Well, Bragwin's choosing an unusual spot for a nap. There we go. Come on, game. Target the thing in front of me, please. I almost don't want to do that just because that feels like that's going to be a pain, but I'll see if I can find the cutscenes easily. And not, you know, E. What is that? No, I'll do a feasibility test to see how bad it is. Excuse me. My only complaint, and I know this is pedantic, but the organization of those cutscenes in that journal is not what I would call great. But we'll see if we can see it, because there are a few cutscenes related to several of these dungeons I'd like to show off. So anyways, we've technically jumped into patch content here. One of the things they did with 2.0, which was an interesting and arguably a very good approach, is they tried very hard to make sure that people had lots to do at max level. This is the lesson that Shadowlands has failed to learn. Not to call out WoW for completely failing on this, but WoW has completely failed on this, as of the current expansion. Now, I know that sounds like a strange thing to mention, but do keep in mind, for an MMO's existence, while the leveling content matters, and it absolutely does and should, once the character hits max level, once they have finished the main story, you need to make sure they have something to do, otherwise they get bored and quit, or worse, they get bored and quit for good. So FF14 bothered to patch in lots and lots and lots of stuff. I can't show you because I literally can't pull up the log right now. But they pushed in, what is it, like 15 dungeons or some insanity like that? And a few trials, and several raids, and quests, and the dailies. And they just were like, here, go, have stuff to do. Now, arguably, ARR has a meatier post-game patch content than any of the other expansions. But again, that actually makes perfect sense. Remember, ARR was kind of a Hail Mary. Keep it in mind, historical precedents. They were desperate to keep people playing FF14 because of how terribly the previous one was, how badly the company was doing, etc., etc. So they really wanted to make sure that people kept playing. So yeah, as Wilbo Baggins says, the patch content between ARR's main story quest, which we're about at the end of, and leading up to Heavensward is huge. So yeah, I effectively call this an expansion in and of itself, and that's one of the reasons why we've been dividing it that way. I wasn't intending to show this off at this moment. In fact, we were supposed to rewind, but you know what, whatever. We're here and we're waiting. I could not have hoped for a more romantic first visit to Mordona. The crystals that pierced the landscape glowed in all their majesty, as if to celebrate our future together. And as we lazed by Silvertear Lake, watching the waves lapping on the shore... Who looted? Shore. Lapping on the shore. Shoot, I lost it. Where is it? There we go. Sorry. The sun took its leave behind the horizon that we might enjoy a moment of intimacy. I want us to be together forever. You first said those words to me years ago, and again tonight. I am so happy to be with you. Let's keep re-emphasizing just how wonderfully happy she was with her fiancé. Hey, it's one of her old adventuring party. Hey, hi, what are you doing here? Why are you trying to kill me? I'm just wondering, really. I'm not trying to be, you know, hostile or nothing. Oh gosh, this fight, I just remember which fight this is. Yep. This is my job. I'm the ranged. Although, wow, can we not dodge that? Holy crap. Listen, Cashel, listen. You're not here to judge, right? Like, don't kink shame. She's into disembodied. I mean, you've seen that episode of Doctor Who, right? Here, I'm making the healer's job harder. I apologize for that. Let me get up here. So this is a good time to talk about vulnerability stacks. So you may or may not notice we have 4 stacks of a debuff with a little spiral red and black thing. That's called vulnerability. What that means is each time you get hit by something that you are not supposed to, aka something that is avoidable, you get another stack of those. Those make you take more damage the longer that the more that you get. You can get that pretty high stacked. I've seen it up to 12 before. I'm not sure what the actual cap on that is. It's pretty high. It does only last a minute. Now, this sounds like a weird thing. Apparently it goes as high as 16. Jeez Louise. The reason I'm bringing this up is this is actually a really brilliant mechanic in its own right. Let's go and pop this too while we're here. Because what it does is it is a gradient form of failure. You got hit by something that was avoidable. Rather than killing you, we're just going to go ahead and make it so that you are suffering. There is a penalty for this. You have to now try harder. You can recover from getting vulnerability stacks. And I think that's actually an awesome way of maintaining a penalty for failure without making it too harsh. Because you can, and I've certainly seen several times, when you are able to push through vulnerability stacks. And if you manage not to get hit for a minute, they drop off and they're gone. Interesting place. I'll be back here for no reason while someone else goes and opens that coffin. Don't mind me. There he is. buff for this thing. This trash fight right here is no joke. Probably the hardest fight in here. Just because of the nature of how it works. If you're not ready for it, if the whole group gets hit by that AoE, you can literally wipe right here on this trash mob. I mean, it's probably closer to a mini-boss than a trash mob, but whatever. Alright, who's looting? Looters get executed. Oh, hey, there's another page. You have been looking deathly pale of late. The scorching heat of Thanalin does not agree with you. You were never fond of hot climes, and it was a mistake to come here. Let us make for Kurthus, where the bracing air will put rose into your cheeks. Yes, by the way, by this point she's carrying around a freaking decaying head. She's, not coping very well. I actually agree. I actually want to give a positive just for the Vol mechanic. It is a good mechanic. It is a good, consistent way to say, this is something that you should dodge. If you get hit by a Vuln stack, consistently, you can know that is something you should be able to dodge. Somehow or another. And that's an important distinction, because remember, this game has something called unavoidable hits, as most MMOs do. Unavoidable damage, you're supposed to get hit by. That's the very nature of why it is, and why it's called that. So I agree with that. Let's jot down a positive for the Vuln stack concept. Where are we at? Here we go. Yeah, no, I actually think WoW should implement something like the Vuln mechanic. Oh, right, let me get out of the room. While someone else goes up there and bees a sacrificial. Go on, tank, go be a sacrificial lamb. What WoW does is per fight. There's no consistent thing in WoW. However, there are plenty of fights that have a Vuln mechanic. It's that fight's Vuln mechanic, if that makes any sense. As I mentioned yesterday, I think, WoW's approach to raid design is actually very different than FF14's. In a good way. I do like the distinction between the two. Probably the only thing that FF14 and WoW both do in terms of raid design is the concept of one person can screw up the group. Cloud of Darkness, where if someone, if there's one of those orbs that people don't stand in, it goes and just hits the whole raid. Stuff like that. That's a fairly common concept. Oh yeah, there's also the resin debuff thing, which I'll talk about later. Honestly, actually, I'm going to jot down a question mark now, because I do want to talk about the res mechanic in 14, because it's a cool way they do it. Res mechanic, question mark. I know, it's not easy being without a body. I promise to find one for you, but you must have patience. You are my husband-to-be. There is nothing I would not do for you. So please have faith in me. Give me time, my love. I shall make you whole again, as you make me. So, you remember, doing this quest, this dungeon, for the first time? Wait. No. Because I do. And I have a distinct memory as we were going through this quest. We were doing this dungeon, and Pax at some point was like, hold up. Because we were sort of assuming the journal entries were from before the decapitation, before the head chop, and it was like, wait. Oh my god! So there's actually a reason why she specifically came to Tamtara, and we're seeking a way to revive him. I'm not going to share that just yet. I will share that pretty much next, though, because it is the next step in this story arc. Yep, so this is the fun one. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We'll pop this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Let's just really lean into that group. There we go. Dancer's got to dance, yo. Immediately after this, Rax. I'm showing off the Edda arc. And we have time to waste, and this is a perfect time to do it. I am sorry to keep you waiting, my love, but we cannot afford to compromise, not where your new body is concerned. Ordinary adventures die often enough, leaving their ordinary corpses. But if you are to be like Lore, we cannot settle for anything less than extraordinary. But a strong body requires an equally strong soul, as I recently discovered. Now, you're probably worried that strong souls are rare, and so they are, but never fear, we will create one ourselves. All we need is a plentiful supply of the weaker kind, and they are common indeed. Be patient just a little longer, my love, and all will be as you desired. Can I just say that, first of all, this is horrifying, but second of all, and more to the point, what the crap? Sorry. Yeah, there's a reason I jotted down Ada a while ago. So there's Pio. He's the one who got the invitation in here, remember? He's the one who sent us on this dungeon. Game? Oh, I have to talk to him. Right. Uh-oh, it's the spare body! Okay, so this is a little bit of a kind of pseudo-DPS race sort of a situation. I was like, I can't move! Help me! Don't worry, we're gonna keep an eye out. Watch the portals. I think this is an intercept. Yep. I'll eat a second one. Or Fragon, well, that's cool. This is actually kind of a cool boss concept. I like this idea. The idea here is we have to kill a thing. That's how we determine whether or not we have successfully completed the boss. But we also have to make sure that our escort in the middle there doesn't die. But we can't defeat the things that are attacking him. All we can do, and whenever it actually finishes, is take the damage ourselves. So even if the tank is doing their job perfectly, the healer always has something to do here because the healer is healing us as we are taking the damage. Also, because it's not gradient, you have a little bit of malleability on how many hits you can take. You can let a few hits go through. You'll notice that did about, I want to say, a 1/6 or a 7th of his health and damage. So if a full volley goes through, he will die. But he can take a couple hits. Again, gradient difficulty. And I didn't even know you could actually heal him. Because now we get the big ones. Big ones in here. This is where it's nice to have at least one ranged DPS. You notice we actually have two. So Brigwin and I can actually spot while continuing to DPS the boss. So we actually have a good composition for this. Whoops, that's a misclick. Sorry. I'm not that used to Bard. I apologize. Anyways, we're doing PoTD immediately after this for anybody who wants to join for that. And we're done. Be free, little man. Get the hell out of here. He runs and tries to get outside. Don't exactly blame him. We might actually think about group composition for PoTD too. Try and efficient that a little bit. Is there another one? Yep, there is. Thought there was. With the nigh endless supply of bodies here, I will make you well again, my love. And then we shall be wed as man and wife, and forever be joined as the gods intended. Of course, it's only fitting a proper ceremony be held, with guests in attendance. I shall send out invitations to all our friends. They will be so happy for us. I have no doubt they will jump at the chance to part with their souls. We are not doing a 200-floor run. I am never doing a 200-floor run. So, right, I've been meaning to talk about titles for a while now. Damn it, I thought you were getting better. So, you actually see I have a title up right now. I am called the Wings of Time, which we get from Heaven's Word. Gigapudding is the Gambler. I'm actually not sure what you get that one from. Bragwin's Goddess of the Land. That's a gathering one, I believe. Clyda's Fate Walker. I actually don't know where that's from. Titles are yet another form of customization. They're another way to try and make you look cool, look different, look unique. A way to make yourself distinct, right? So it's another form of general customization, and there are a lot of titles in the game. Now, some of them are from some very, very difficult things, including, this is actually the reason I was reminded of this, the Necromancer. If you're not familiar with it, the Necromancer is the one you get for doing PoTD 200 solo, I think. But I know you have to get to PoTD 200, which I never have done. I could probably do it, to be completely blunt, but for those of you who don't know, PoTD takes forever. Just getting to 50 is usually an hour affair. Getting to 200 is ridiculous. It is solo, that's what I thought. And I don't care that much. So I live with the title of Wings of Time, because as weird as this may sound, I don't actually like any of the titles personally in FF14. Oh, they're decent enough, and there's some decent variety. It's just none of the titles are ones that I've said, I want that title. You know what I mean? Unlike some titles in some other games where I'm like, oh, I need to get that title. This is the title. This is the one I want. Some of you remember my warrior over in WoW, for example, still has the title The Undying, which was gotten by doing Noxoramus without having anyone die during the raid. Keeper of Knowledge? I don't know. I've glanced at the titles a few times, and none of them really worked for me. There are several lore-related ones. And I actually have a lot of titles. In fact, actually, what do we got here? Let's just move over here. I don't think I can dodge that. Maybe I did. It's hard to tell. Here we go, titles. What do we got here? Yeah, I've got a lot of Grandmaster titles. Stargazer, Pure White, Skysinger. The Mithril Heart, I used that one for a while. Oathkeeper, Under Archon. Imperial Nuisance. There's Gambler. It's apparently a Golden Saucer thing. Final Witness, I got that one. A lot of Flame titles. Lord Creator. Warmonger, that's definitely me. Damn. Hi, Edda. So we talked about how necromancy isn't quite a thing in Eorzea. Well, look, Avera, all these people have come to make a gift of their souls. Isn't that kind of them? Even Laura's here. Now your dream of becoming like him can become true. So, that. Uh-oh. You're probably noticing an immediate jump up in terms of boss mechanics and boss design. Again, we're in the patch content now when they started actually doing that sort of thing. No? Right. This is this phase. Notice we didn't get a Vuln stack from that. That's because that's an unavoidable. Notice how I'm standing way over here? It's because I'm trying to make the healer's job harder, because I am a huge hypocrite. Definitely not just because I'm thinking about 5 other things at the same time. Sorry, Giga! She's so happy. How can she be evil? Checking periodically for ads. Hello. There should be another one here in a sec. No? Oh, there they come. There they are. Bragwin's got the other side there. It's good, because there's a lot of corpses she's summoning right now. Like, a lot of corpses. Just dragging them into the circle. I don't actually remember what happens if the corpses get to the middle of the circle, but we're not going to find out. We would rather not that be a thing. Okay, so it should be another telegraph phase next. Ah, Red Wedding gets bigger. That makes sense. Unavoidable damage. Okay. Just... Sure. We don't have a melee, do we? The downside of not having a melee, our limit breaks suck. I don't even have my limit break on the bar. Oh my god. Bragwin! You limit break. So this is the line. Limit break. I actually referenced this. I'd say she's low enough we can just focus on... He, I guess, is low enough we can just focus on him. This is the dumbest thing I could possibly doing, is calling for a focus on the boss, but we're going to do it. We're going to kill him. It's going to be great. Everything's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. Everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. Oh my god. Give me a proc. There we go. Pop that. Everything's fine. Okay, we made it. What have you done? A very... No! Yeah, a very's dead. You're walking over candles with a robe. Now, normally I'd say, the end! But that story actually continues. Because, yeah, for some... Yeah, you notice, by the way, we don't do the... We actually have an actual sad... Just like a bemoanment expression. I don't know what to call it. It's something that happens only periodically at the end of dungeons. And I'd like it when they change the emote for the "You've beaten the boss" animation. I was actually about to ask when the PoTD was added, because I know this was added in ARR, so we're going to go ahead and put this under ARR. That is a decently designed dungeon, plus to Tamtara Hard. Nothing super expansive, but you can see how the dungeon design has noticeably gotten better. So real quick, I'm gonna go ahead, see you around Giga Pudding. Thank you for helping, as always. I'm gonna go see if I can find the cutscenes that we just technically skipped. If anybody wants to get ready for PoTD, we'll be doing that next. But yeah, so I should explain the hard concept. Something they did fairly commonly, and I do mean very commonly, when it came to the thing that is, back in ARR, is they would have a dungeon, and then they would have Dungeon Hard. Dungeon Hard was, for all intents and purposes, a new dungeon. It's the same terrain, but different enemies, different enemy distribution, different items, different story, different bosses. It's actually a really smart thing of them to do. Remember what I mentioned earlier? Remember how I mentioned they were trying to add endgame content? Well, also remember that they were still very much under the gun and didn't have the studio backing, financial weight, and general support to do whatever they wanted. So reusing assets like that was an extremely smart way to generate new content. Usually I'm against asset reuse, but let's be very clear, smart asset reuse is a good thing, and I think the hard dungeons are an excellent example of smart asset reuse. Oh, there it is. Where the hell's my book? It's right here. Okay, so this is gonna be under side quests, I believe. There's Hildebrand, there's Resistance. Okay, nope. What about... Oh my god. Well, I happen to know that quest was in Ul'dah. That's the Gold Saucer quest. That's the Chocobo quest. Ah, hey, there it is. Corpse Groom. What do you know? By chance, I happen to know that that was an Ul'dah quest. Yeah, that journal's a good idea. Terribly implemented. It's finally over. Would that could have been different. But what choice did we have? Sorry, Paya. Let this be my last act as an adventurer. I've done quite enough harm as it is. I mean to go home and live up my days in... Huh? No, it can't be. I'm sorry. Huh? It's okay, whatever. And that plot thread, historically speaking, would not be followed through until the next expansion, proving they really did take heart from WoW. Yeah, this thing is really badly laid out. Like, that dungeon quest is listed under side quests, Ul'dah. Right? Like, oh my god. I suppose this would be an interface negative, which we've actually given several interface negatives, but this really does deserve special attention, especially considering how many cutscenes there are in this game, and there are many. Oh, hey, there's the quest. Hey, check it out. Here's when you unlock changing your haircut. I'm not sure what that one is. Or this one? What is this one? I have no idea what that cutscene is. Oh, that's unlocking housing. Jesus. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to give a negative for the interface of the journal. We've actually given a positive to story for the journal. Yes, I think it was for the story. Hang on. God, I have a lot of notes for ARR. Give me a second. Journal. Yep, nope. I put it under story, which I stand by. Negative to gameplay. Anyways, this is, by the way, one of the reasons. I'm sure, how many of you have ever heard, just skip the cutscene and watch it in the journal later? Now, I haven't heard that in a while, admittedly. Not since probably about Stormblood era. But I hate that comment, and this is why. That's actually one of the reasons why. There are other reasons why I dislike that comment, but... Wait, you're right. I can't sit in the chair. There we go. There we go. Cool. So anyways, speaking of which, let's see if I can find PoTD. No. Is it actually under... Other, maybe? No. There's the Monster Hunter quest. Is it actually under main Heavensward? That would be funny if it's true. Get all of that. Just ignore all of that. Yep, no, okay. So, let's go back down to side quests. I mean, it's in Gridania. What's this one? Nope, that's the housing quest. No, we'll do Hildebrand. We'll do Hildebrand. Somehow. Wow, I've actually unlocked Eureka. I forgot about that. Haven't been there. What is this quest? I actually don't know what that one is. Yeah, there's no search option, by the way. Whatever. I don't even remember. I have actually done PoTD up to a certain point, which is kind of why I was looking for it, just in case. Whatever. Okay, so hang on. Let's get Rax in here. Let's think about party makeup. Whoop. I can bring anything, as usual. There it is. So PoTD. Let me just start with my opinion. I don't like PoTD. It's a cool concept, but it is so cumbersome as to be actively irritating to do. If this sounds familiar, that's a lot of systems in this beautiful, beautiful game. For those of you who have played recent WoW, imagine Torghast, but you have to go through 3 layers of paperwork to get there, and it's not as fun. Okay, that's a terrible example, but the point is, PoTD is a pseudo roguelite built into the game. I'll show it off a little bit in a minute here. So we've got Rax is going to tank. Is that what you're actually setting up as? Because I don't mind healing for this. I can bring Sage for this. Sage gets that early. Yeah, Bloody Palace isn't a bad example. We're going to be randoming our way down, and I actually have some notes to talk about some things as we go down here. Where's Bragwin? Bragwin! Bragwin! No! Yeah! She might be AFK again. She has to go AFK a lot. I'll give her 5 seconds to reply. Okay. Let's get you in. Samurai, Dancer, Sage, Gunbreaker is not exactly a bad setup. So this might work out. Well, it's funny you say that, Dakota, but I'll get to that in just a minute. Oh yeah, I have to actually set it up, don't I? So this is the interface. As you can see, I'm 4553. I haven't done that much of it. So if I just you look at this, you think just enter the palace, right? Nope. If you actually click that, that won't work. The way this works. The way this works is if you, I think we have to go here. Yep, so you have pre-existing saves, right? And you're kind of locked into these saves. What I mean by that is, let's say for a moment that I was to try and load in on floor 51 with this save. Can't do it. Why? Because I'm not a gunbreaker, Zira isn't with us as a white mage, Mr. Red isn't with us as a machinist, and Valerian isn't with us as a dancer. Has to be the same party with the same composition to load that save. So generally speaking, what happens is you end up just kind of nuking these saves regularly. That's why there's 2 save slots. Yeah, there are ways to get around that. You can go in with a matched party. You can go in starting at 1. You can go in starting at 50. Actually, double check here. Unable to execute. No, that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to... It's not even going to give me the option. Whatever. What are my scores at? Nothing, because I've never done it. Whatever. I'm just going to nuke this one because it's gone. Boom. Alright, that's gone. You do keep your Aether Pool. So as you go through certain events, which can include killing certain enemies, killing certain bosses, progressing to certain floors, and getting certain treasure, all of this is random, by the way, gives you an increase to your Aether pool, either your arm or your armor. There's also a limit to how much each can go based on which floor you're on. So you can only progress Aether pool arm and Aether pool armor at stuff that's equal level for you. Even that has some malleability to it, though. Generally speaking, the higher level your arm and armor, the more powerful you are. That's the simplest way to put that. It boosts your stats. So if I was to actually commit to doing PoTD 200, I would want to try and max out my Aether pool before I even start trying that. There's other stuff about the PoTD, which I'm going to save for now, but let's talk about the most important part about the PoTD, and that is, this is kind of a way to level to 50. Now, I've heard some people say this is the best way to level to 50. Speaking as someone who did squadrons, I completely disagree. This is not great experience. That being said, it does serve one very important function, and that is it allows you to try out a class at 50. You can walk in here at level 30 after having unlocked this, and once you have done so, it will allow you to very quickly level to 50 and try out the class as you're leveling it to 50. It's a great way to try that out. It's probably the best trial in the game. And yeah, there's also another version of this called Heaven on High, which we'll get to in Stormblood. Let's see if we're good to go. So we want fixed party, which is what we are, I think. We'll start at floor... That's actually a good question. So I can start at floor 51, but 50 is Edda. Yeah. So we're going to be here a minute. That sucks. So this is a great time for off-topic questions. Let me pull up Question Man here, because I have a feeling this is going to be the Q&A block. Oh yeah, all our weapons look glowy because that's how our weapons are in here. Do I even have... Oh god, I don't get this till level 4. By the way, we're level 1 right now. Don't worry, that'll change very quickly. I am now level 2. We are now level 2. You're gonna hear that music a lot early on, so just kind of get used to that. We do want to loot things in here. So these give us... This is our inventory for the party. Anyone in the party can use these items. I'll show off more of these as we go. You can see without me, I'm a sage. It's an interesting sage icon. What do we get here? So it's an intuition, which we've actually used. You can see the map in the upper right. That's kind of how you progress. Every floor you need to interact with a key thing, or get a key thing, and then you have to go to the teleport thing in order to progress further down. Now, there are benefits and reasons to clearing a floor before you go down. But for our purposes, we're probably going to be trying to race down as fast as possible. Also notice the map just kind of indicates where we can go and how and why. Go and grab the treasure. Later on there will be traps. Lots and lots and lots and lots of traps. But for now... So you notice now everything's lit up. That means we can actually progress. By the way, enemies do respawn in here. They don't take super long to respawn, so be aware of that. One of the easiest ways to have a group completely fall apart in the higher levels, where things are actually challenging, is to have 3 people rushing ahead and a 4th person stays behind, and then a respawn happens between them, kills the 4th person, and the 3 people die trying to recover the 4th person. Yeah, do not split the party in PoTD. It's easy in early levels, but trust me, this place gets very mean. When all 4 people are standing, we stand here for a second, we have to be out of combat, and we go down to floor 2. You don't even have tank stats. That's... Oh, speaking of which, hang on. I have Cardia now. There we go. I just got Cardia. I won't be healing, like, at all for probably about another 30 floors or so. It'll be helpful when we get to the harder stuff, though. Trust me. I don't feel bad. Is that everything? That appears to be everything. What do we got here? So we've got an affluence, which increases the number of coffers on the next floor. There's a steal, which decreases damage received by 40%. There's a fortune, which increases the chance of enemies on the current floor to drop coffers. Treasure. You can see how this is its whole own mini-game. And despite the absolutely aggravating setup, which is absolutely aggravating, just to be very, very clear, nevertheless, the core concept is kind of interesting. My biggest complaint with this is, you know, having to do 1 through 50 over and over again. Whoa. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. Don't freak me out like that game. It's a matter of witching. That one transforms all targets in range into a frog, an imp, or a chicken. Oh, right, sorry. No, I'm paying attention. Actively not paying attention. That's on me. I was looking at this, trying to describe all these stupid things. There's also a cursed horde. We'll talk about that in a minute. That was actually patched in. I think this is a good time to talk about questions. So, Savacom. Where did Savacom come from? Would a game get a story negative if it forced you to something immoral? That's actually a good question. Like, a game... Ooh, there's an accursed horde here. A game that forces me to go and, you know, stab Rax in the face. Like, that sucks, right? Okay, what is with this stalling I'm seeing? This graphical stalling I'm seeing. Haven't had that all day or yesterday. It's freaking me out. But yeah, Teldrassil. There is a perfect example of this. Because Teldrassil... One of my biggest complaints with Teldrassil was not the fact that it happened, it was the fact that we were willing participants therein, which is ridiculous. Like, the very idea that we would be cool with that as the player characters, without being given a choice on the matter, is just kind of irritating. Alright, so anyways, I'm going to head out over here. Let's see. Oh no, it's a Palaces. It's fine, I got this. I got this. Okay, I'll stop being a dick. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, here we go. It's fine. Everything's fine. Just to demonstrate, actually, I'm going to run through these. You notice how it actually dispels when you're in combat, so you actually cannot go further down while you're in combat. I guess I'll heal a little bit. Making me heal. What is going on here, guys? Terrible! Thank you, Swerby. As always. And I will jot that down for Bug Fables. Bregwin had to get dressed. Do I want to... No, you know what? No, I don't want to know. Music changed. Yeah, in case you're wondering, the music does change every so many floors. But yeah, no, like, you're right. Teldrassil is not the first time. It was just the most... It was the final piece of straw, and arguably the worst example of it. Because that was just absolutely ridiculous. Whatever. So you see the general concept. Now, I should probably mention, and this is almost a shame, when I first did PoTD, I was like, oh, this is awesome! This is a great way to level up alts. You don't keep those levels. And that sucks. These levels are just for within the PoTD, and you cap at 50, I think. 50 or 60, but I'm pretty sure it's 50. Now, that being said, when you actually do leave the PoTD, for having finished the PoTD, you do get a chunk of X for doing it. Hence, the point of leveling in here. But like I said, the real point of this is to try out some of the classes at 60 and get used to them and all that fun stuff. Fun fact, if you come in here as a class and not a job, that's... We appear to be being watched. Hey. Oh, we're up to level 10 now. You can see how this is kind of a roguelite sort of a thing. I will freely admit I never really got into this because, I mean, imagine getting to 50 and like, ooh, that was fun. And then resetting, and then having to start over at 1 over and over and over and over and over again. In fact, I've almost never seen past 50, because in order to go past 50, you need people who all have it unlocked who can start at 50, which I almost never do, including right now, I should mention. See, now I can't dispel you, because I got hit by that too. I could go in solo at 51 if I hated myself. As much as I do hate myself, I don't hate myself that much. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with Pyro. Torghast completely stomps this out of the window. Torghast is this, but better in literally every single way. Like, I cannot imagine comparing the two directly. In fact, some people say Torghast was inspired by Heaven on High, specifically. I don't actually agree with that. They're similar in the same way that Rogue Legacy and FTL are similar. I see what you're comparing, but you're kind of looking in the wrong direction there. Stay away from the chest. Do you mind explaining why, One-Winged Angel? Because I've heard only a few people who've played both, and one of them is me. Let me go ahead and say one way that Torghast is objectively better than PoTD. The interface and queuing system. Let me say a second reason that Torghast is objectively better than PoTD. The fact that it scales to your party size. Past that, we get into subjective stuff. Rack's over there dying horribly. That is one way that PoTD is objectively better. Oh, absolutely, Pyro. The biggest problem with Torghast, by far, other than the fact that it's mandatory, is the fact that there's no actual reason to do it. It's a minigame. Torghast is a minigame. There's no benefit. There's no levels. You don't get stuff. You don't get titles or experience or, you know, cosmetics or anything like that. That's the biggest problem with Torghast. So when I say it's mandatory, let me be very clear. You have to do 3 runs of Torghast, which are super easy versions of Torghast, put it simply. And you have to do them to help rescue people. It's a whole lore. I'm not going to spoil the story, but the point is, you go in there to rescue people from Torghast, and you have to jump in a few times in order to do that. The actual... so those runs, those suck. They're not just easy in terms of being easier, they're easy in terms of being actually dumbed down. You don't get all the same ability upgrades, and you don't get the same types of encounters in the mandatory ones. Now, the non-mandatory Torghast, which is the one that basically gets you nothing... I shouldn't say it literally gets you nothing, because it doesn't. There are some cosmetics you can get, and of course there's the Soul Ash, which is a dumb system! But the optional Torghast is the one that's actually fun. You know what, hang on. Let's go down the list here. Give me a minute. This can take me literally 7 casts of Esuna to get rid of all this stuff. I should run out before I'm done. There we go, okay. Jesus Christ. Torghast isn't just interconnected rooms. It has more interesting enemy designs. Much better boss designs. Much, much better boss designs. That's WoW in a nutshell. You know, there's nothing else for that. The thing that really makes Torghast kind of awesome, though, is the optional ability system. I've actually shown you that briefly, Rax, if you remember way back on Discord, back when Torghast was relatively new. There's builds you can make as you're going through Torghast. There's some really funny builds. My friend Pax is very fond of the Demon Hunter focus on immolation build. So why do people prefer PoTD? That's exactly why I asked One Winged Angel that question. Because, and I don't mean this as a negative, I have no idea. I don't actually understand what PoTD does better than that. It certainly does several things different, right? Because it's, you know, it's got the cellular structure, I don't know what else to call it, and you actually get experience for doing it, so it's nice there. And it's also optional, and that's nice. But that's all I got, to be completely honest with you. That is a valid point, though. Pyro's point is valid. It is optional, so not only is it more rewarding because you can level in here, but the only reason to do it is because you want to do it. No, I agree with you, Rax, but you could see why that would make people enjoy it more. Because Pyro is quite correct. The only people who are talking about PoTD are people who have done PoTD. The people who have done PoTD want to do PoTD. By contrast, everyone in WoW could tell you about Torghast, because we all had to do it. Ow! Do I have an AoE? I have an AoE at this level. Holy crap. Let's fix that up a little bit. Jesus. So there you go. That's my third reason for why I would say people are saying they like PoTD more. Now, One Winged Angel says it's more harder. I'm just going to disagree with that one and move on. I cannot possibly think of this as harder. And I don't mean what we're doing right now. I've actually been down to the lower levels, even solo. Torghast is freaking mean when you get into it. Especially when you get into the second tier. So the way Torghast works is you go through 3 bundles of levels, and then at the end of each bundle, I'll give you that, Pyro. At the end of each bundle, you fight a boss, okay? At the end of finishing the 3 bundles, you can upgrade it to increase the difficulty, and you start over again at bundle 1, but much harder. Think of how Diablo 3 just kind of massively increases the difficulty at some of the difficulty jumps, and you've kind of got the general idea. In fact, I'm pretty sure they use some of the same difficulty scaling when it came to Torghast that they... Whoops, sorry, I got you. When it came to Torghast from Diablo 3. So I can't agree that it's harder, but I will agree that it's more balanced, because it is a nice, smooth progression of difficulty as you're going further down. Most of the defeats that I have had in the lower levels of PoTD have happened because, you know, an idiot, to put it as nicely as I can. Like, one person got split up from the group, or someone decided to pull extra, or someone wasn't using these items over here on the left. You'll notice I'm actually deliberately not using these items on the left. That is actually a deliberate design. I'm not doing that because I'm a dick or I'm an idiot. It's because I usually a good group, and I'm pretty sure Rax is our one for this one, will actually have 1 or 2 people. They're the ones in charge of dealing with the party inventory. And they're the ones who will manage that for the rest of the group, and that is a more balanced system. So I've had groups down below where someone's like, woo, because they decided to just go off and into Netherland and burn a bunch of items when they shouldn't have, and you kind of need those items in the lower levels. More challenging solo, I can't really speak to that. I've actually never done Torghast solo, and I never will until we review WoW. I've always done WoW, that is to say, I've always done Torghast with a friend or friends. But I do agree with what Pyro just said. So one of the issues with Torghast is it is random. I know that sounds like a duh, but what I mean by that is, so I talked about those builds, right? You can have, as you're going through Torghast, you can gain, it's actually an optional thing, you can gain these extra abilities. They have gradients and abilities, but they're all mutators. Now let me stop and say that that's one of the best features of Torghast, is the mutator abilities you get. They usually change how your abilities work. One random example. As a demon hunter who is with the, whatever the Ardenweald people are, you have an attack that has a lunge, And it's actually a charge up. You charge up for a second, and then you do a charge attack, you know, a closer into an enemy, and it just absolutely does a bajillion damage, right? There is a mutator to make it so that if the enemy dies within a few seconds of you doing that, the cooldown is refreshed. It's just gone. You can just get the cooldown back. You can already see how that could be exceptionally useful. There's also mutators that make it so that the dot that leaves does more damage, or that you heal from doing the dot that leaves, and blah, 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 blah. You get the general idea. And so there are builds. As I talk about a lot when it comes to build gameplay, you can mix and match mutators to build a build as you're going through Torghast. However, that is random. What you get is purely random, and sometimes you get junk. Sometimes you get absolute junk. Sometimes you just turn into a succubus. Now, there's technically no reason to keep doing this after I get a 4-stack, but that thing was just melting anyways. Oh yeah, that's another one, Pyro. I don't know all the classes, mutators, but there are several very cool mutators in Torghast. No joke, how do I get out of form? How do I leave form? I guess I'll just wait out the cooldown. There are several, Pax and I both felt the desire to, there we go. I actually tried that earlier, I guess it just didn't get through. There's several times Pax and I have gone through Torghast as different classes just to try out some of the abilities, because there's some really cool stuff in there. There's a warrior build he got once, which was all around the banner buffs you get from being part of the Necro dudes. I can't remember the name of it right now, which is really cool. Alright, so continuing, which is this way, I believe. Yep. Yep, proceed. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean for this to become a Torghast versus PoTD conversation. Point being that this game sucks and WoW is better than it in every way. There we go, okay. Gotta have our internet of the day. Mandatory internet of the day. Where'd my inventory go? Oh god. Where did it go? Look at the button to pull it out. Whatever. No, it's cool. As I mentioned before, and I stand by this statement, Torghast and PoTD really are not that similar in most ways. Other than the fact that both are kind of roguelites, that's as close to similar as we get here. Now, as much as I do praise Torghast because it's super fun, as I think I made it clear, Torghast is also flawed as hell, and could really use an overhaul pass. Like, they really, really should go back over Torghast, and not abandon it as soon as Shadowlands is over. It's a great idea. It has tons of creativity to it, and tons of design to it, and some fantastic builds to it, and it's just, do something with it! You know? God damn it! You know what I love? Artifact halls. Sure would be great if we had those, or sorry, order halls. Sure would be great if we had those back, wouldn't it? God. Sorry. Just... Christ. Yeah, expeditions. You remember expeditions? Because I do. They were actually pretty awesome, too. Those were abandoned immediately. You remember scenarios? That's actually one of my personal irritants. Scenarios were something they added all the way back in Pandaria. Only for Pandaria. For those of you who don't know, scenarios are 3-man content. Now you're probably thinking, ugh, that's dumb and stupid, in which case, what are you doing here and not working on WoW? Get out of here, WoW devs. But if you have a frickin' brain, you'll know that a 3-man content system is actually a really cool idea. It's there for people who don't have 5-mans. It's there for people who don't have 10-mans. It's there for people who don't have 25-mans. It's there for people who want to have engaging content that is story relevant, that is rewarding from a gameplay axis, Excuse me. Clyde! That's Clyde. Mimic! Oh, shoot. We split the party. We're all dead. We're all dead. I don't know, we're cool. But yeah, scenarios were legit. I'm just gonna say that as bluntly as I can. They were an awesome system. Because, hang on, it's even cooler than I'm already talking about. Did you know there was such a thing as heroic scenarios? Some of you have heard me talk for years about how much I wish content in WoW scaled down to 3 people. I've always said 3 people is the floor for that. Heroic scenarios are my proof of concept that you can make content challenging and interesting and fun and still focus it around a group of 3 people instead of 25. And they abandoned it. Just why? It's actually technically worse than that. What they did was they took the scenario system, the actual mechanism and gameplay concept, and applied it for story quests, which is actually cool. I'll give them that. That is a good usage of the scenario system. That's your solo/duo, you know, that's your MSQ. They turned the scenarios into how they would do MSQ quests in WoW. But the actual scenarios themselves, thrown out the wayside. Wait! I've got it. Why don't we come up with an amazing system that makes things challenging and interesting and fun and provide a degree of progression and enjoyment and an alternate leveling system that allows you to have interesting, fun, rewarding, engaging content that scales to the size of your party. So you can go there with 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 people and it's all the same. And let's make it live for 1 patch of 1 expansion. I'm referring to the Visions of Madness, for those of you wondering, from BFA. Visions of Madness, by the way, were awesome. Just really, really cool things. Pax and I had so much fun going through those. And getting better at it. So let me talk about, while we're here, why not? Sure. Let's talk about Visions of Madness. The way this worked out is you go into, there's actually only 2. There's one for Orgrimmar and one for Stormwind. But despite that, there's actually a decent amount of variety to it. So the way it is you, first you get hit in the face, very important part of the process. You walk in, you have a pseudo timer in your sanity, okay? So your sanity is something that's always ticking down. Now there are things you can do and progression you can do in order to reduce or remove the amount of sanity loss, okay? But as that's the thing you always have to keep in mind. You've got a sanity timer. Now, as you're in there, you're fighting enemies. Now, let's be clear. These enemies are rough. These are not, you know, trash mobs. Every encounter in there is a manually designed, mean encounter. You know, mythic or heroic dungeon equivalent. Except it scales to your party size. So you could have, you know, you'd be doing that level of difficulty and challenge while being a party of 2. Pax and I had to actually come up with strategies for some of the pulls. It's awesome. So you move through there, you try not to aggro the snake, you successfully don't aggro the snake, everything's awesome. There are quadrants. Each quadrant has its own special effect that kind of tacks on top of you just to make it more challenging. So for example, let's say as you're moving through an area, periodically a giant vat of evil goop will show up underneath you and you have to avoid that. Or your attacks will make it so that the enemies will hit you more or whatever. Each area has its own thing, and they are randomized. Also, each area is designed to be more difficult. There is a clear tiering to each quadrant that you go through, and making it more or less difficult. You need to... So the way it works out... I'm going to stop giving you on the details, because I could go on for days about this. It's so good! It's so good, and they abandoned it. 1 patch! Good! So, the long view here, the way this worked from a long-term perspective, is you would go in, and you would try to get as far as you can. If you manage to beat the first boss, congratulations, you're doing really well. If you manage to beat your first boss in your first run, you are actually really good at that game. or very well geared or something. What's more likely to happen is you'll go in a little bit and die or go insane before you actually reach the first boss. You leave, you get some progress. I forget the exact mechanism, but you would get something to enable you to have more defenses against the insanity drain I mentioned earlier, and you gain more things that buff you while you're in there. So then you go do it again later. You get a little bit further. That gets you more. You see what I mean. You see the overall structure of it, right? And as you do runs, you slowly build up your overall power level so that you can dispel Rax and he can stop yelling at you. And you just get better and better as you progress through until you get to the point where you can start heading to the more difficult sections, right? The harder quadrants. Eventually, you manage to get through the harder quadrants, and it's like, okay, now we're kind of managing here, and eventually you'll be able to defeat a boss in a harder quadrant, and so forth and so on. Eventually, the goal is to be able to sweep the entire dungeon before you run out of sanity. I never actually got that far, I'm gonna go ahead and be honest. We got to the point where we could smash through about 4 quadrants in one run, which is pretty good, but it's not a complete run. Awesome system. Okay, so I said questions. I meant questions. I'm gonna stop talking about WoW now. I just need to take over the world so that I could go conquer, and so I could just claim eminent domain and say, alright, Active Blizzard, you belong to me now. Alright, let's fix this crap. God damn it. Okay, sorry, moving on. Let's keep Rax alive. We don't want him to die. Oh, I know, Magister. So, I didn't even mention the masks system, because there's actually a way to increase the difficulty of the place artificially by manually putting on masks, which was a challenge mode. Each mask had a new difficult effect that it would add to the run. And all of them were unique stuff. It's not like do more damage. I'm talking like stuff, you know, like your sanity can't heal in certain lights, or I don't remember what all of them are. It's all cool stuff, right? It's nothing boring. You can also do the whole place with all 5 masks on if you really want to have the hardest possible difficulty. So you could decide your difficulty, and it was properly designed difficulty, if you're paying attention here. Like, if you're paying attention, just this one system, just the Visions of Madness themselves, would be, like, in the range of 7 to 10 positives to gameplay for how incredibly well designed they were. Okay, questions. Right. So enough about WoW. Trihexia says, why did the Garleans think they could kill Bahamut? They didn't. They didn't even know Bahamut was in there. Well, Nail hypothetically knew Bahamut was in there, but nobody really knew Bahamut was in there, so that was just kind of its own thing. Savacom says, would a game get a story negative if I re-asked this question by accident? Yes, negative to me. Okay. Thank you for warning me. Zactef says, if someone put Resident Evil Resolutions, you will play it. I actually don't know. I haven't done my feasibility test. I don't even know what system that's on. If it's on the 3DS, let's see. Listen, Savacom, you gotta ask these questions multiple times. All right, let's get... There we go. So that is Paralyze, Silence, Heavy, Blind, Slow. That's actually not as bad as... Oh, hang on. And also Nausea, which reduces your maximum HP, and at least 2 other things I don't even see because it literally doesn't render that many. There we go. Yeah, don't get hit by bad breath. Don't get hit by bad breath. Okay. Tony Stark says he hates magic. Why? Magic is awesome as long as it's orderly and constructed and is basically another form of science. Let's see here. What's your opinion on Torghast? Well, I feel like I already answered that, so I'm going to skip over that one. Why do game companies commonly throw away ideas and concepts from successful expansions? Game Freak does that, Blizzard does that, also Square does that too. Hey, you know what's a great idea? Materia. Let's never use it again. Okay, so we've actually discussed this a few times as we've gone through the FF series. But honestly, I don't actually have a good answer to that question. Obviously, there is a benefit to trying to reinvent the wheel, trying to innovate, in other words, because otherwise you just fall into stagnation. But the problem is going too far the other way is, in my opinion, just as bad. Abandoning everything every single time, you know, what's wrong with you? Do I have an AoE at this level? Oh, I think I do. I do! Hey! I have an AoE again. Or, finally. Yeah, let's get rid of that poison. What level do we have to? 34 now, not too bad. Yeah, see, you know me, Savicom, I'm always in favor of proper management, careful thought, etc. So to me, I would say, don't have a policy of always abandon and don't have a policy of always keep. Be site-specific. Just look at it and be like, alright, okay, so let's... This system worked and this system worked. This system can use some rejiggering. This system needs to be restructured this way. So let's think about changing these two things, keeping this thing and adapting it to the new game. Let's get rid of this thing, though. That didn't really work. My opinion. Does the Empire, or any other faction in the Extant, have mandatory military service? That's funny, I got that exact same question yesterday. The Empire absolutely does not have mandatory military service, which was the question I answered yesterday. I'm sure there's other factions that somewhere within the Extant that I can't think of right now that have mandatory military service. Maybe some random thing on some random planet. I don't know. So I can't say no definitively to that one. But I can't think of any off the top of my head. When I become Emperor, how will I punish Bobby Kotick? So, you know me. I don't care about revenge. I don't care about hurting other people. I care about trying to balance the scales. That is my overall goal. So what I would do with Bobby Kotick is I would say, alright, all of your money is gone. It has been seized by the government, which is being run by me. I am going to put your money directly into Imperial coffers. I am then going to have Rax nearly get killed by a mine. This is an extremely important part of my world-conquering strategy. Once Rax has hit the mine, I will then take Bobby Kotick's money and use it properly, and I will tell Mr. Kotick, go have fun. Enjoy your life. With none of your resources and none of your wealth. I hear the local Arby's is hiring. Boss number 2. I actually have these abilities at this level. Yay! What is my favorite TTRPG system? XCOM 2. Oh, you mean tabletop, don't you? My bad. Sorry. TT can refer to both turn-based tactics and tabletop. So, my favorite tabletop system is the one I myself use, the Mega Saiyan rule set. Which I'm actually still developing and working on. What is with these lag today? God. Why would I need legal justification for seizing his money, Savicom? My legal justification is that, by legal definition, as Emperor of the World, everything belongs to me. Ergo, I am just seizing it for my own usage since it already belongs to me. If I need to go further than that, if I need a casus belli, all I would need to say is that you are misusing and abusing this wealth and doing it at the detriment of society as a whole. Ergo, it has been seized. Also, there's a head on her shoulder. Huh. It's a little smaller than the last time we saw it, though. If I need a third legal justification, shut up. Not you, I mean, that's the third legal justification. Yes, proceed, please. Yeah, I was gonna say, the brain might still be in there. You can see why we're doing this immediately after doing the Edda storyline, by the way. Oh, hey, the info thing is back. Where did that go? Oh, it's this button. That's why. Okay. Let's make sure you have cardia. Listen, Pyro. Base heals are the best thing in the world. Everyone knows that a white mage should be spamming Cure 1 non-stop. Alright, now we got that. Oh, and you want to get the Cure 2 proc. Very important. Yeah, go ahead, Rax. Might as well do it before we get to the actually hard levels. Listen, all I'm saying... I'm just poking fun, don't mind me. I'm in a good mood. Despite talking about WoW. Let's see, other questions. What have we got here? Oh yes, I didn't finish answering. So yeah, so sorry, XCOM 2 is my favorite turn-based tactics RPG. XCOM 2 is probably the best overall usage of everything, all the things that go into that. Terrain mattering, variety of builds, variety of units, variety of enemies, encounter design, action economy. Yeah, XCOM 2 just... It's not perfect. I could still nitpick it, and I could still give it negatives. But XCOM 2 did an enormous amount right. If you're meaning tabletop stuff, obviously there's my own system, but if I had to pick a secondary one, I would probably go with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, specifically, because I feel D&D 5e does something that most, if not all, other editions don't do, and that is pull down the seconds and minutes, for lack of a better way to put it. It takes substantially less time to do things in 5th edition than it does in most other editions. And even in 5th edition, a combat can still take, you know, half an hour or whatever. I don't have my bar at this point. I don't have my bubbles. No. I must use my base heal. It is the only way. Aw, he leveled. Damn it. Keeps going away. If I had to pick something after D&D 5th edition, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. And yes, XCOM 2 is still buggy, and it still has its issues. It's just, it does a lot right. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what the team puts together next for that MCU game they're putting together. So Ross says, if I could change anything about Tactics' story, would I? Abso-freaking-lutely. First thing I would change is I would pull this without the tank being here, because I'm evil. But the second thing I would change... I mean, that's how it is, Pyro. Sometimes it's like, you know what? Back during the Primus campaign, there were a few combats that lasted across sessions. Only a couple. I try not to do that too often. I don't like to bog down my players. Of course, I'm a really big proponent of the idea that every encounter should be designed like a boss when it comes to D&D. So, you know, every encounter should matter, is what I mean by that. But yeah, so yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics, FFT. Did I not say FFT? What did I say out loud? Whatever. What would I change about Final Fantasy Tactics story? So yes, there's several things I would change about the FFT story. First and foremost, I would either completely eject or completely restructure everything to do with the, whatever they call it, the Lucavi. Because, as is, they're not really used overly well within the narrative, and frankly, the story just absolutely kaplunks the moment you hit the final few chapters. I've actually given the opposite opinion of that before, and that's because I'm a moron. When we went back for that for the lore run specifically, it was really made clear to me just how much those two story threads do not connect well. The politics story I have almost no complaints about. Almost. But any changes I would make there would be nitpicky and, you know, site-specific details that you don't really need me to talk about right now, since I don't even remember what they are. But as far as broad strokes, fix the Lucavi plot. It's funny, I have to look down at my bar. What abilities do I have at this level? What buttons can I hit right now? weird things about doing PoTD. What about you, Ross? Whoop, hello. So next question. Did you see the news of EA refusing to accept the blame for 2024 failing and blaming everyone else? No, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were to phrase it in such a manner, because EA is a company, and companies have this really strange thing where they insist on not ever accepting blame for anything. Now, they do that because the legal system here in the States is garbage, but that I personally don't agree with that and have no actual issues with saying, I screwed up, I apologize. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I would probably change the ending cutscene to be a little bit more clear. The fact that years later I have heard people not only debate, but argue about what's happening there, or people just flat out say, what the hell's going on in that cutscene? Like, during the lore run, one of the most common questions I got was, what was going on in the final... Oh... Rax? Nope, that's death. Yep, nope, that's straight up death. That's the end of that. So, yeah, you remember how I mentioned how just random things can just lead to a wipe? Well, what happened there was several Minotaurs spawned behind the tank, and that was game. That was the end of that. I'm not sure if that was a trap that spawned them, or they just spawned because they can do that. But, that's PoTD in a nutshell. Now, the best part... we'll get to whenever Clyde comes back from being in the thing. Anyway, so, back to questions. How do propulsion work? I feel like I've had that question recently. Yeah, Clyde is about to die because he's about to aggro a second Minotaur. There we go. Might manage that. Now he's aggroed a third thing. Now he does have Phoenix Downs. But it looks like he's going to accept death, which is an acceptable strategy. Now, the good news... So let's actually talk about this a little bit. So here's what's going to happen. We get our score. We suck. Yep. That's cool. That's great. So what is going to happen is we're back here. Now, if we go right back in, we will be able to go back in and start at the level we just were at. That is to say 30, I believe. If we were to leave... that's when we'd lose all of our progress. So, back in. Sorry, yeah, let me actually clarify that a little bit. We'd keep progress on the save file. So as long as we brought the same characters with the same composition, we could continue. In other words, we would lose progress because... yeah. You see why I really hate that system? I suppose we should, at this point... I should put this on you. We should probably talk at this point about actually reviewing this thing. So, core mechanics. Let's just talk about the actual stuff we're doing down here. The... You know what, let me just push this up while we're here, since I actually have V at this point. Whatever that's called, Eucrasia. So the core idea, going through dungeons, going down, getting treasure, using treasure, traps, stuff like that. What are we thinking as far as positives, negatives, or even washes? Not talking about the obvious irritations, just the core actual structure of going through this thing. What are we thinking? I admit, I'm actually pretty ambivalent on it, which is why I want some feedback from other people. Like, I don't think it's a negative as far as core content goes. It's not bad, right? I will say the one thing I feel the PoTD does, which is good, is it serves as a tutorial. Or not a tutorial, a trial. Way to try out classes at 50. Or 60, or whatever the hell it is. That's cool. I like that. Not being forced is not a positive. Lol. It's okay, I'm honestly, Clyde, if you were there, you would have just died with us earlier. That's all that was. That was a wipe. Positive 15. Hang on, hang on. Roll up a little bit here. Oh. Not sure when that got deleted. Because I'm pretty sure I typed that up when I was actually typing that up. See, this is why Mr. Red, when I take over the world, he's going to be a secretary. And I don't mean that as an insult, as anybody who knows me knows. He's a good secretary. I'm also going to force you to do pixel art until the day you die. Any questions? I should probably wait for Rax. Where's Rax? There he is. Where's Rax? I lost him! No! We lost Rax! No! Oh, it's over there. I do also think that this place is too slow, for lack of a better way to put it. I mean, we've been in here for a while. We have legitimately been in here for quite a while. And we're not at floor 50 yet. And honestly, I do feel that is a bit of a flaw of the system. This kind of a system needs a better interface and save design in order to support what it is, in my opinion. Like, actually sitting down and committing to floor 200, the reason I haven't done that is because of the time requirement. It is just such a time hog. And keep in mind, that's the actually hard stuff. We're still down at floor, what are we at? 20-something, 23. We're at floor 23 right now. We're not even halfway through this. Speaking of which, just noticed the time. I'm pretty sure this does still have the Manticore mode, yes. It's... When I was doing this more seriously, which is a while ago, admittedly, Manticore mode was pretty much mandatory for getting through some of the lower levels, especially if you got a bad series of debuffs. So you see these debuffs we get over here? They're semi-random, and they can stack later on, and they can suck. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, you just turn into a giant beast, and you just kill everything. You just kill everything. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's beast mode. I actually agree with that, Pyro. Like, improving the save system would be... Well, I shouldn't say it should be easy. Conceptually, it would be easy. What I'm not sure about is how well it would be easy to implement, because I know that a lot of the instance queuing mechanics of this game are archaic and have problems. Yes, there's also Succubus mode, which I showed off. Succubus mode is, I need the boss to die now. You nuke it in the face. You only have one ability, but you nuke it in the face, and each stack gives it a debuff, which makes it take more damage from everyone. It is the die now mode. Hey, Strife. I believe so, yes, Play Interval. Although I haven't seen that one in a while. Now, the good news is I'm only committing to getting to floor 50 for sake of the lore run. There actually is content below floor 50. I know for a fact there's story content on floor 100. I actually don't remember if there's story content on floor 200. Don't worry, I actually plan to summarize the story content past 50, because I am super duper not wasting my time with that. That would be such a colossal waste of my time to even attempt that, even assuming I succeed at it. We could literally do multiple patches of MSQ in the time it would take me to slog down to floor 100. Remember, we've been in here for a while. In fact, at this point, we're not even going to get back to the MSQ before we get to our lunch break. Which means I just need to go without a break today and work even harder. Oh, there you go. There will be no food. Do I have instant? No, I still don't have instant casts. Let's just reach for 2 automatically. It's not there yet. Listen, I just know you all secretly want me to not eat or rest or do anything other than work. And I know that sounds like a joke, because it's mostly because of the way I'm phrasing it. You may or may not be amused to find out that semi-periodically, I do actually have people who say, "Hey, Lore, can you work more?" And they don't say that. That's not how they phrase it. What they say is, "Here's a suggestion. More work." Yeah, this is a fun room. I actually had to pay attention for that one. Sorry, I actually thought you were pulling that. Listen, Savacom. All that pizza. I still need to order a pizza at some point. I still haven't answered you about the propulsion. I don't have my notes in front of me. The ships within the extant use a propulsion system that moves them through space. Because of the nature of how friction works a little bit differently, because of the fact that gravity works differently within the system, while there is obviously some momentum involved, it is actually a slightly different equation than it is in real life, where you have to account for laws of physics that do not exist within the extant. As a consequence, the majority of a ship's maneuvering and all that is actually handled by the so-called sublight engines. In fact, even the faster-than-light travel just involves shifting to another dimension and then moving through that other dimension with their sublight drives. Now, that being said, most ships have maneuvering jets, for lack of a better way to call it, on all sides of the ship to allow it a degree of maneuverability in all directions, because they're in space, and that's how that works. Is that a rough spun ruffian? Hang on, is that one of my people? Rough spun ruffian, is that? It is! That person right there that we're killing, that is Garibald the Fargon. He first appeared in the Ul'dah storyline. Garibald attempted to get the traitor's spurn, which was an alchemical powder that was used to destroy Sida in the past, by trading it for the stolen crown of Nanamo Ul Namo. He was later killed during a fight with the adventurer. You remember him? We actually showed that off on camera. So, this is as good a time as I need to mention that some of the random enemies in here, which are effectively mini-bosses, are from the story, and they are people who are dead. Now, I'm not going to list the full list, because the PoTD didn't come out until Heavensward, so there's some people in here that are dead that aren't dead yet, if you follow me. But there are several dead people in here, including, here's a fun one. Yes, that's the one, Takoid. I can't believe I remember that. Let's see here. The Flame Commander, Jake's Rider, who is from 1.0. The Bloated Conjurer, the Bloated Archer, and the Bloated Pugilist, which are Un, Tayun, Satsflol, and Persevanes. They are from 1.0. We've also got the 3 Adventurers. This is actually from ARR. So you remember when we went into Limsa Lominsa, and we were like, hey, we're going to go do Sestasha. Then we did Sestasha, and we got back, and these 3 adventurers showed up saying, hey, congratulations on the adventuring. We were going to do Sestasha, but you got to it before us. Okay. I'll just be here then. Live for 5 seconds, Rex. Just 5 seconds. Ugh. Hem. So they're in here because what happened, by the way, is they died in Copperbell. I actually forgot to mention that back then. That's my bad. They attempted to do Copperbell before us. They failed. They died. They're in here. We saw Roughspun. We just talked about him. You remember the pirate idiot who was the father? You know, the terrible... Auto heal's disabled. Great. We're starting to see some of those debuffs. You remember the terrible father who was like, how dare you join them? I'll kill this giant ship just for you. He's in here. Let's see here. Do you remember the guy who stole the Chocobo egg during the Gridania arc? He's in here. What else we got? Scroll down a little bit here. So we actually haven't met this guy yet, so this is kind of a spoiler, but I feel free saying this because it's not much of a spoiler. The main antagonist of the Lancer-class story arc, whom we kill during the Lancer-class story arc, is in here. Notice I say Lancer, not Dragoon, to be very clear about that. Hey, Zira. We're still in hell. I mean, PoTD. Yep, that's the one, Rax. In here he's called... where is it? The Ishgardian Pikeman? No, that's not right. The Duskwhite Lancer. He's actually called the Duskwhite Lancer in here. We've also got the Mortifying Magnate. Oh, I can't tell you who that is. We've got the Insistent Inquisitor. That is Inquisitor Guillaume. Or more accurately, the person who was impersonating him during the Ishgardian quest we just did. And here's one for somebody in chat. Somebody asked about this. Ungust is actually in here. He is called the Moldering Merchant. A very apt title for that asshole. And also confirmation, in case you were wondering, that we did, in fact, kill him. Oh, the exit's open? Let's get out of here. Let's shoot. We're not farming Aetherpool. Alright. What else we got? You probably don't remember. You remember way back when they introduced Nero as a character. It was very early on. And he was like, hey, you, who are you? I'm from Alamigo. You're actually a spy. Kill. Remember that guy? That spy is in here. Let's see who else we got here. The guy we just killed is in here. Dumbass, you know. Shield guns, that guy, he's in here. He's apparently one of the harder ones. And, Captain Madison. So, you may or may not remember him. He was the boss of Sestasha. The boss, the captain, like, we fight him and then he runs away. And then we fight him and then he runs away, that guy. He's in here. Yes, Ritinin, dumbass. This is interesting. No, this isn't the afterlife. This is the Palace of the Dead, aka the place where they inter the dead. So, what happened to Clyde? Okay, crash. I was a little confused there for just a second. That's okay, we got this. We got this. We got this. Everything's cool. But yes, that's why there's so many corpses in here that we fight again. You might be thinking, but Lore, I thought you said there was no necromancy. I guess I'll go ahead and tell this story now. So you remember how this game doesn't have anything to do with the other Final Fantasies? Well, you may or may not remember that FF7 and FF Tactics... Yeah, let's not go down until he reconnects. I don't know. I don't want to know what that does to the game. Final Fantasy Tactics kind of connects to FF7, as we've discussed before. That's admittedly debatable, but it was intended at the time of writing, so I feel comfortable calling that canon. Final Fantasy Tactics also blurs over with this game. So, in Final Fantasy Tactics, there's someone who, I've got his name here. Hang on just a second. Give me a moment. Nybeth Obdalord. Now, Nybeth is actually a character from Final Fantasy Tactics. Hello. He was a necromancer who actually used a artifact. He had a whole side quest. It's fully optional. I don't think any of his stuff is part of the main story of Final Fantasy Tactics. But he had this whole side quest about him becoming a necromancer and fulfilling his duty and using the war and bringing the people back and turning himself into a lich. And he was in the Palace of the Dead in Final Fantasy Tactics. So guess why all the dead are walking around in here? We're in combat. What are we in combat with? Oh, sorry, is that Tactics Ogre? Hang on. Is it Tactics Ogre? I mean, I believe you. Hang on. Let me look this guy up. Oh, yep, you're right. It is actually Tactics Ogre. My bad. Anyways, in Tactics Ogre, there's this place where there's this evil necromancer who is an optional dude. Sorry. I get FFT and TO extremely confused, and I don't even apologize for that. Anyways, at the end of TO, he's a lich, and then he's like, behold! And then he kind of vanishes. So, in lore, and I am not making this up, in lore, that dude ends up here. Now, I want to be very clear about this, because most of the time when you see a character with the same name or the same concept or whatever, it's a reference. This is not actually Dalmasca from Final Fantasy XII. That's not actually the goddess from Final Fantasy VI, etc., etc., right? This guy actually is the dude from Tactics Ogre. When he gets here, he ends up being drawn to the Palace of the Dead. And since he has extensive knowledge of necromancy, which, remember, isn't really a thing in the same way in Eorzea, he decides, oh my god, I've got to help these people. I've got to make sure that these people know and understand that they can live forever, as I do. He's the reason all this crap has actually been happening within the Palace of the Dead. Why all the dead are walking. He's also the reason Edda did her stuff. In fact, he's the one who taught Edda all of the things she knows. Do we have any Succubi? We do not. Holy crap. Yeah, sorry. Cloud literally goes to Ivalice during his time in the live stream in Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy Tactics. That's the connecting point. Put this up. And, let's just go ahead and do this while we're here. Yep, and that's why. You think I don't know how to heal? Boy! Whether or not it's actually Cloud, whether or not it actually counts, whether or not it's actually canon, that's up to you. But it should be mentioned that at the time of writing, that was intended to actually be Cloud, and that was intended to actually be a connecting point. I report it in this exact manner because, I mean, it's my job. But also because remember that Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy X were intended to be connected in canon, so make of that what you will. Although whether that's true in the remake or not is a little bit more debatable. See you around, Gum Gum. We are now halfway through the PoTD. So yes, that's Edda, if it's not obvious. No, I knew this was going to be this long. I honestly didn't know. I don't know. Whatever. Let's just get it out of the way and over with. Let's just get this over with. I suppose we should circle back to what I was already talking about, though, which is whether or not this deserves a positive or a negative. So, the reason I keep concentrating on the core mechanics of the thing first is because I feel like that's the thing that is most in debate here. The save system is a negative. The interface system is a negative. The locking in your progress thing based on party constructions is a negative. The question here for me is whether or not the PoTD itself, underneath all of that irritation, qualifies as one or the other. By the way, this is why... You remember me mentioning earlier we should have an actual construction of party in here? This is why. You can do PoTD with anything. You can do 4 DPS, 4 healers, 4 tanks, or anything in between. I kind of wanted to come in with 2 TPS, a tank, and a healer, because it would probably make the overall experience more smooth, and frankly, it has. The story's okay, I guess, but so far the story has been one 10-second cutscene with no dialogue per 10 floors. I'm not overly impressed. As a fresh reminder, something being optional in the review sense does not add anything to it being a positive or a negative. Well, okay, that's not true, but the point is, something being optional does not make something good or bad. Something being optional just means it's optional. We gave 2 negatives to the Relic quest for ARR. That's extremely optional. By the way, if it's not obvious, I can't stand PoTD. But I'm trying to be as absolutely neutral and fair as I can about judging it. I don't have as much experience with Heaven on High. Mostly because I never really had a desire to go into it after the PoTD. And partially because just getting a group for it was a thing. Hello, Sakage. Take this for a second. Yeah, no, when we go through Heaven on High for the run, when we get there in Stormblood, that'll actually be one of my first real attempts at hitting Heaven on High, and I do look forward to reviewing it from a more neutral perspective, because I won't have any baggage walking in. Although, in my defense, I have already proven during this very run that pre-existing conceptions about a dungeon, or a content, have not prevented me from being neutral or fair, or even giving it a positive. That's interesting. Let's get that off our tank over there. And let's get that off our samurai. Come on. There we go. Now let's get it off you. Just live for another second, Rex. There we go. Oh, hey. I have my 2 key back. Yay. I will say, if nothing else, Heaven on High looks less irritating. I mean, I know the visuals in here vary, but honestly, I've always found the visuals in PoTD to not be great. I get it, it's a crypt. But some of the later levels, especially when the fog is in, and it's got the red glare thing going on, you know what I mean? Thank you, Don Crow, very much, as always. We're jotting that down for... Never even heard of that! But you already gave me a backup. So we'll put that down for not tonight. Where the heck that is. Or Yakuza 3. I will say this isn't as grindy as Blood Chalice, but yeah, no, that's pretty much my vibe on this. It's a big time consumer to rush through, which can help you level, and has a story, which I've actually already finished summarizing for you. It can be challenging. It's a little bit... there's a term for that type of difficulty, where you're either fine or you're dead. Like, you just kind of sit on the knife's edge, and you're basically fine unless something goes wrong, and then you're screwed. Yeah, binary, I guess is the way to phrase that. It is a little binary difficulty, as we've actually already shown, because we've already wiped in here once. Rocket tag, yeah. I will freely admit, if I had been paying more attention, I probably could have pulled us out of that, so I will take ownership and advantage. Or not advantage, I will take ownership of the admission of thereof, and I will admit that... Right, I have 2 now. That is partially on me. But yikes. What's really funny about that is that wipe we did have. I'm actually kind of glad we had it, because that is exactly how every wipe I've had in this dungeon has ever gone. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Hey, 5 mobs spawned behind you, and dead! That is every time I have wiped in PoTD, especially during the later levels. That is exactly how that wipe has gone. Oh yeah, Rax, you asked if I've ever done a matched party. So, before I answer that question, what's a matched party? Because I might have, but I don't remember. I think it's pugging, in which case the answer is yes. You know what I mean? Dark red. Dog. Gotcha. Wow, Rye. Oh, speaking of which, Rye, after the lunch break, are you going to be joining us for the MSQQ? Join us, Rye. We need 8 people. I'm not sure where we're going to be at. Join us, Rye. Give in to the dark side of doing MSQQ when it's actually difficult, as we already showed off with Dumbass. Whoop. Well, the goal is to basically go back to the MSQQ right after we finish PoTD level 50. Yeah, that room, that's a room that you don't just walk into. That's a room you pull out of, right there. Yeah, Dumbass, shield arms. I don't know his name, and don't tell me, because I'm going to forget it 3 seconds later. Break is in 29 minutes. Break will be for roughly 1 hour. Anyway, let's empty out our queue here. Let's see, what other questions do we have? Do you need to be trained in order to handle the amount of Gs when going to FTL? No, not at all. Although Gum Gum just left, so I should save that question. Whoa, okay. Changing modes a little bit. Racks up. Everything's cool. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Everything's cool. See, I was aware of the pull there, so I was fine. You notice that was still only about half the room. Keep that question for later. That's another Gum Gum question. Who is my favorite Final Fantasy protagonist? And, separately, who do you think is the most horrific? And by horrific, I mean heroic. Whip, whip, whip. Hell out of this level, jeez. Who's the most horrific hero? Lightning! So favorite FF protagonist. Let's... Yeah, part of the problem is I'm debating if I should limit myself to the main protagonists, like Yuna for FF10, or Yuna for FF10 too, you know, Cecil for FF4, etc., or if it counts all of the party members, which is a very different question. That was fun. Yeah, if we're limiting it to any... Oh, that was you, Play Turbo. So if we're limiting it to any major party members... so let me actually start by preparing it down a little bit. So we've got... Terra, Celeste, Tifa, Laguna. He counts. By your own rule, he counts. God, like half of 9's cast. I mean, I've been trying to avoid 9 because 9 just has a lot of great characters. Hi, Cycloud. Yeah, no kidding. I'm sorry, Laguna is basically the main hero of FF8. It's just Squall finishes the job, that he started. Then again, I also think Yuna is the main character of FF10, as I just said. I mean, Steiner, Vivi, Freya. I still like Freya, even though she doesn't have a lot of character past a certain point. She's still an awesome character. I'm not just saying that because Rai's in chat right now. Zidane, especially in the theater. To be blunt. But you never believed me, Rai. Everyone in chat, prove to her that I'm not lying. Everybody loved her portrayal of Freya. Like, you don't have to lie about it, but, like, I got so many compliments about your portrayal of Freya. Like, you were legit, okay? That's all I'm saying. You were legit. Now, I got a lot of compliments about several characters, but she didn't believe me. Rai was like, no, I did terrible. No, you're wrong. Shut up. You're good. Shut up. Yeah, no, the problem with Freya is that she falls off halfway. As much as I do like her as a character, and I love the arc they started with her, by default, I can't actually include Freya in my favorites just because of that. So let's push that out a little bit. So that does leave Steiner, who is awesome throughout, and Vivi, who is awesome throughout. And I'll probably stick with just those two for 9, and just for the sake of my sanity. Rai did actually do some things for the Undertale Theater. She played one role, which was one of the sisters, one of the Echo Flower sisters during Chapter 3. Oh yeah, we're starting to fight giant spiked tentacle creatures, just in case you thought this was anything else. Hopefully Rai will do something for the LTTP Theater as well, but that's up to her, not me. Spawn from behind. Okay, we're okay. It was just one. It was just one that time. Just... So from that list, we've got... Let's pull that down. So we've got Terra, Celeste, Tifa, Laguna, Steiner, Vivi. That's a I'm gonna just stop there, I think. That's a really good list of protagonists. And I'm not gonna count FF14 because that's just gonna take me all day. And I can't talk about some of my favorite characters in FF14 without spoiling. Yeah, this dungeon is very not PG-13. So this place is, fun. By the way, you did a good job as Braun, too, Bragwin. Even if you don't believe me in general, which... Okay! Hang on. Let's get some bubbles going on. Ahem. Your death scene, I know it cost you, and I'm sorry, but you did such a wonderful death scene with Braun. Just really, really good stuff there. FF10? Okay, fine. We'll keep going past 9. Alright, so 10. So from 10 characters I like, you all know my favorite character in FF10. Wakka. I know I've gotten flack for that a lot, actually, but I stand by it. Wakka was legit, and is probably one of the only characters with an honest-to-God character arc across Final Fantasy X. I would also put Auron up there, who is too old for this crap. The thing about Auron, and we talked about this during both the lore run and the review, is most of Auron's character stuff actually happened before the game started. Small spoilers. But we do still get to see it. We still do get the impact of his character arc. It's just pretty much entirely in flashback format. We get to see who he is, and we get hints of who he was. Yeah, unlike Lulu, which it's... Oh, we aggro. Excuse me. So that's 10. 11... Okay. 12... Where are we at? What are we up to? We're on floor 39. We're actually making decent progress now. It helps that I personally feel this place does speed up a little bit once you actually have access to your abilities. Even though the enemies are substantially meaner and have more health, I feel the balance is more on our side of the equation than theirs. Anyways, FF12. You all know I'm fond of Bosch, and Ash, and Balthier. All three of them share their own, share of being the main character and the main protagonist of FF12, and all of them do some really cool stuff with it. I'm not sure I can pick a favorite of those three off the top of my head, but all three of them would be in the running for favorite protagonist. Move forward to 13. I do like Zaz, but I can't list Zaz in this group. Zaz is a breath of fresh air in 13, as far as characters go. But even him, they kind of ruin. For reasons I actually can't talk about because it's a spoiler. It's actually several spoilers. Zaz is, nevertheless, the only decent character in FF13, so that's that. FF13, not 13-2. And FF13-2, it would be Noelle. I actually do agree with that. Whoop, whoop. Because honestly, Sarah is just kind of there in 13-2. Not in a great way. And 13-3 only has one protagonist, so... Moving on. That leads us to 14, which again, spoilers and long discussions. So that leads us to 15. Now, I actually do like all of the... Let's go get this going. Do we have any... Yeah, 15 has Ignis and Prompto and Noctis, and I do like all three of them. I really do. I like the full party of 3 people. I actually thought he was going to do damage there. That's why I had the the refresh going. Anyways, of those, I would probably take Ignis. Ignis is just kind of awesome, in addition to being a well-fleshed-out character who probably has the most significant stuff done to him, and blah, 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 blah. And I think that's actually everything, unless we get into side games like Tactics, in which case it's obviously Ramza, followed by Agris. Or if we count... Oh my god! I actually got a Time Worn artifact. What are the odds of that? Four of 15! I'm never gonna finish that relic. I am never finishing that relic. I've just come to grips with it. I've just mentally accepted it. I'm on a step that pretty much mandates other people or grind, and you know what? Moving on. Start focusing on healing a little bit more in this place at these levels. Like, the raid you do for it isn't actually all that bad. In fact, I rather enjoy it. Most of the bosses in there are pretty awesome. However, it has one huge... It actually has two huge flaws, sorry. Huge flaw number one is the flaw that it's designed to be done with less than a full party, except it kind of totally, absolutely isn't. You really should have a party to go through that place. You could probably 3-man it if you have all of the... I forget what they're called. So, to compare and contrast, unlike Torghast, which actually is designed to be done with less people, and then it scales upwards, this place is designed to be done with 24 people and scales downwards, and there are some issues related there, too. No, the only person I added from FF7 was Tifa. Hey, Eclectic. I hope you enjoy Forbidden West. Okay, yeah, Cid, I don't actually like Cid in FF7, to be completely honest. And the more I've studied FF7 for the sake of lore runs and reviews, the less I like him. Shrug. What's irritating is he's so clearly designed to be the likable one. You know? Like, his overall arc, the people who all praise him and would, you know, fall over backwards for him and all the loyalty they all have to him. Yeah, he's clearly the likable one. Except he isn't. Cid from Kingdom Hearts is probably there. I'm willing to vouch that he exists. Except in Kingdom Hearts 3! Sorry. Oops, wrong button. That's global on that. I suppose I'll finish up the Q&A queue while we're here. I know. Cashel asks, can you explain quantum warp theory and multispectral subspace engine design? So, the way it works... is going to go all over the place. You're going to have guts everywhere, so don't do it that way, okay? There'll be a quiz. Ross asks the question, which is definitely a question and definitely not just a suggestion. of brushing jalapeno-infused honey on bacon, which actually sounds pretty cool. Now, I've tried honey bacon before. It never turns out right. It actually turns out better if I specifically use maple sugar. Not other kinds of sugar, not white sugar and not, you know, dyed sugar, but maple sugar. That's what works best when it comes to bacon, in my opinion. I've tried a few things. I've tried jam. There's this wonderful jam that I got introduced to recently called lingonberry. I hope I'm pronouncing that at least close to correctly. It's this wonderfully tart thing. For anybody who's had it, you probably know what I'm talking about. And it's so good. I usually just make it for PB&J, but I have tried, you know, coating the bacon in that and cooking it. And you just, you can't taste it. None of the flavor stays. Is this Coils again? The music? Wow, I've actually gotten Aetherpole in here. Ooh, that's a mean room. Okay, yep. I'm gonna be back here. Not too far back, though. Remember, they can spawn in between us. That's actually already happened. Is it open? It is. You know, I just noticed this is 4 of my favorite classes in this group. Sage, which is the most fun healer. Gunbreaker, which is the most fun tank. Samurai, which is one of the most fun melees. And Dancer, which is the most fun ranged. So, where are we up to? 44. Making pretty decent time in this one. Which means we're about to wipe. I'm ready. This is it. And I have the power to make us wipe. With the power of being a terrible healer. 4 mimics at once. I called this upon ourselves. I knew what I was doing. I was secretly working with them all along. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna stop this for 5 seconds. There we go. Yeah, Rax apparently... So this is the just kill everything button. I think I mentioned this earlier. Rax pulled the I'm just gonna kill everything button. So now Rax is just gonna go kill everything. You notice how he's literally one-shotting these things? Yeah, unfortunately, this was not a good floor to pop this, but, you know, that's whatever. See, I actually do like Dancer more than Red Mage, but I do think Red Mage is the best caster. I know it doesn't have a lot of competition. By the way, I didn't do this if it wasn't obvious, Rex. I thought you did it, to be honest. There we go. Yeah, by the way, they both have Pox. Pox can only be removed by one of these things. Yep, they're a Pomander of Purity. So Pox causes damage over time, your HP regen stops, and the damage you do is reduced. Pox is arguably the worst debuff in this game, and that includes Pacify. And it's in here. The only way to get rid of it is those items. Ah, see, I didn't actually know Mimics inflict Pox, so that sucks. I mean, I usually am afraid of Mimics in general, because Mimics are bad in every game they're in. So that's a fun room. So, for those of you who enjoy PoTD, other than Rax, don't type. I know your thoughts. You're going to be a little distracted for a minute. For those of you who enjoy PoTD who are in chat, do you mind elucidating upon the whys and wherefores really quick? This isn't an attack. This isn't me trying to say you're stupid or dumb. I always say that to myself. I'm trying to math something in my head. Because we're about to be done with this, which means we're about to be done with this, which means we need to finalize the review for this. You already know the thing I like about it. I like the trial aspect of it. Trying out a class, figuring out how it plays, that's cool, and I do like that. Abilities unavailable. Great. Don't worry, it doesn't mean these things. I will admit that any comp is viable, especially if you know what you're doing. So I haven't really mentioned this, but because I thought it was obvious, and that's on me for being stupid, but a lot of the reason why this stuff exists over here, all these super buff items, is that is one of the ways by which they make any comp viable. You can overcome a lot of hardships in this place, you know, even if you have 4 healers or 4 tanks or whatever, because of the fact if you're using careful usage of the items. If you started... So Von Falkenstein asked a question. I'm going to interrupt my review breakdown here to answer Von Falkenstein's question because it's relevant. Would it be better if you just start playing FF14, would it be better to justify... oh my god. Just level the classes first or start with the MSQ? So allow me to go ahead and give my personal opinion on that matter. This is from both experience and my own thoughts professionally. I think you should... put some thought into playing which class you want to play first. Remember, I have an entire VOD devoted towards which classes are what, so you can really look at that and see what's where. There we go. But yeah, exactly. As Rack says, I think you should level a class with the MSQ. As you continue to level up, you will periodically get a pop-up. It'll actually say, you can do the next class quest, and you'll see it in the upper left, as I've already demonstrated before. And I would recommend doing those as you're progressing through the MSQ. Not only will that give you more of an understanding of a story separate from the MSQ, but it'll also give you more abilities in several cases, and you know, just a general better lore understanding. And it's a way to break up the rough patches of the MSQ. And if you want to start off leveling a Black Mage, that is up to you. I have done my due diligence on warning people of that. No. Yep, I was ready for that. We're just gonna ready for this, do this, and then do this. Let's just actually heal here. Don't mind me. Now, one thing I actively do not recommend you do is try to level everything while you're going through the MSQ. You can do that, but in my experience, it is a little bit more awkward and cumbersome than to be worthwhile. If you want to try another class out, I would recommend you do that after you have finished the MSQ queue. Like I said, no judgment. Yeah, this room's gonna suck. No judgment if you want to start off in Black Mage. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get in here too. Let's just get as much AoE in this nonsense as we can before that wears off. Just fall over, please. Thank you. that room we just looked at might have been a wipe point. No joke. That was a lot of nonsense. By the way, you like the guys who are dual-wielding coffins? Come on, there we go. Hornets would be even worse. Okay, can we... Yes, we can. We're almost there, too. 48. So Rai says, I enjoy the PoTD because I hate you personally, Lore. I don't know why you're so terrible and awful. I just wish I could reach out from beyond the grave, because Rai's secretly an undead, and absolutely destroy your soul. Well, that is a good reason to like the PoTD. Blinded. It's not the worst status debuff. Okay, I have finger snap now. So what I'm feeling is we do have to review this place. I want you to talk me down from giving this 2 negatives and a positive. If you can. Because that's my gut feeling right now. Trial format, alternate leveling content, which is good. There should be lots of alternate leveling content. I'm always in favor of that. We talked about that earlier. I know it's weird, Ross. Oh, okay! Sure, that may as well be a thing that happened. Get that off of you. Get that off of you. Get that off of you. Let's get that back off of you. God dang, I'm actually having to try. What the crap? That's okay, I don't mind, really. Okay, 49. The most average class in FF14 is Paladin. It's about as generic as it could be. I mean, don't mistake me, Paladin's good when it gets there, but leveling Paladin is generic as crap. Especially its story. Oh my god. You want to talk about negatives to story. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yep, I'm cool with that. Everything's cool. We're all cool here. Everything's cool. By the way, we're not even post 50 yet, which I'm only pointing out because remember, I've been past 50, and I've talked several times about the actually hard levels. We're not there yet. We're not at the actually hard levels. This place gets much meaner past 50. Now see, Warrior's quest line is repetitive. Because in ARR you have to do a long, extensive quest to help people fight against their rage. But then you get to Heavensward, where you have to do a long, extensive quest to help people fight against their rage. But when you get to Stormblood, you have to... Is it open? Okay, here we go. Head! Don't die. Just live for a second. Okay, we made it. Now we just have to not die on the boss. I know a lot of people really like this song. It would seem our guest has overstayed their welcome. Come, my love, let us show him the way out. And yes, that is Edda, if it's not extremely obvious. You could be a succubus at this point. Bragwin, you should totally become a succubus. Do it, Bragwin. Yeah, that's why I'm not being a succubus. I know I need to heal in this fight. Well, actually. Far lower left, Pomander of Lust. There we go. Oh, bullcrap! I was absolutely facing away from that. Well, this is gonna suck. Yep, okay, cool. Notice these are just getting worse over time. This is basically a DPS race. Can't dispel that, by the way. So that's cool. This is another mechanic they kind of do later on. It's called the out and in. It's exactly what it sounds like. And you can... I don't even have to explain it. It's right there. Out and in. As I say, go ahead and burn a frickin' limit break on her. Let's pull her down. Ignore the fact that I look like a lich right now. Hey, Edda. Oh, Lore! It's so good to see you. I've started anew as an adventurer, just as I promised. Would that Aver could see me now. Avere. But how did I come to be in this place? I remember falling, and a robed figure. That's the guy from Tactics Over. Now, the good news, if you can call it that, is Edda does finally die here. And yeah, she doesn't stick around as a void sense. She actually does return to the live stream. Edda slain. Like I said, it's as good as it gets for this kind of situation. At the very least, the universe has stopped crapping on her. Now, I'm pretty sure I've done that, Jordan. But on the off chance I haven't, let's keep going! No. We gotta get to 100 next! 8 PoTD, sorry. Does anyone remember where her grave is? Because I actually don't remember off the top of my head. By the way, good job, everyone. That was a little rough sometimes. But we did it. When we come back, I swear we'll actually go back to the MSQ. I stand by what I said earlier. I'm thinking a plus to gameplay for the things it does right, a negative to gameplay for the things it does wrong, and another negative to gameplay for just the interface. I don't know what else to call it. So, gameplay positive. I gave that right. Yeah, I don't remember either, that's why I'm asking. I have a weird memory of it being up here, but that doesn't feel right. Like, down on the cliff or something? Man, I don't know. You know what, I'll just look it up. Hang on a second. Dum-de-dum. Assuming I can find it. While that's loading, because all of a sudden the wiki is down? Am I live? Is that my internet, or is the wiki actually down? That's funny. Okay, I'm still... Okay. So, plus to gameplay, minus to gameplay. I was too, if a male word, or rather, it's not quite true. I was on like an hour ago. I haven't refreshed it since then. It's actually a pretty cool dress. We've got the Battle of the Dresses there. We'll just leave that there. Not quite Blade Travell, but we are. Don't let me forget to give a plus to story for Edda's storyline. It's the whole reason we did the Edda storyline in one bundle here. See, I like Rax's suit a bit better here. Wait, hang on. I don't have everyone. There we go. Now I've got everyone. And the frickin' here. War. All right, who wins? Everyone vote in chat real quick. Who wins? You can just say left to right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Who wins? Well, I finished typing this up here. You're not here, Giga. You don't count. Yes, plus to Edda. Poor Edda. Mini Zan wins. You win. Who are these people? Oh god, they're so short. You ever wonder how tall I am really? By the way, see Bragwin? That's me looking down at her, and she's pretty tall. Here's Rax. Let me look down at Rax. Anyways, ahem. Is that what that is? Oh, it totally is. She doesn't have the lips problem, though, so we're okay. Anyways. I've actually got some more cleanup to do, but I'd kind of rather wait until we finish the MSQQ. So when we come back in about 50 minutes, I'm going to have to take a short break. We will be doing the MSQQ, or rather the lead up to the MSQQ, followed immediately by the MSQQ. I will be playing this guy. We will be trying to do it synced and properly, and hopefully we'll get a full group of people to do that with us. Rax dead, as he should be. Alright, he's he's poor man's warping, or cheap man's warping, whatever we call that. Either way, I will see the rest of you in less than an hour.